Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the PiGosaur Cup. The PiGosaur Cup number 34 used to be the PiGosaur Monday, but now on Wednesdays. Happy now on Wednesdays, but here we go. We are here. We are back with your weekly dose of PiGosaur action. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the P1 chats and my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to our first series of the broadcast. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked. The bracket is live. The bracket is actually pretty huge, and there's a lot of really good matches going on at the moment. There are 3 matches that stand out to me, and I had to pick and choose between the 3. Some of the players are currently missing in action though, so we weren't able to jump into some of the other series, but here we have a PvZ ready for you, and let's jump on in. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Blem. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss representing among SE2 people. It is Ateshi. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP, as we jump into our first series of the broadcast. When it comes to the bracket itself, we'll be going over the bracket after we wrap up this first series. We'll be catching up on all the other matches, on where we are and where we are headed. Until then, let us indulge. So far, interesting opener. Gas first. Gas pull into a delayed hatchery here from Mixu. Very interesting, as we're going to be very tech heavy, very aggressive as a result. There we go. The natural waste is now being taken. Now, as we get into our opener here, Mixu, because of the faster gas, what does that mean? Faster ling speed. So from here, he can go into a Bane Bust, or he can go into a fast Roach Horn as well and make use of that gas a different way. Regardless, much more aggressive here from our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Ateshi back at home, opening up with a more standard opener going, I say standard, Gate Cyber Expand. So he does delays expansion in favor of a cyber core, I would imagine, because he saw the aggressive build of his opponent, and I'm sure he wants to, he's cutting out he's making the Zealot initially. He'll be walling up, walling off, and defending back at home. So Ateshi does take this seriously. Usually you would skip the Zealot, and usually you would go for a faster Nexus, but again, because of the earlier gas and the earlier spawning pool as a result, Ateshi is responding and reacting in kind, and so far responding well. Meanwhile, Link Speed is being researched, and you can see here that Mixu does pull out. He pulls out a gas, so only prioritize Link Speed. This tells us no roaches and no Baneling Nest. So it's only Link Speed here for Mixu. Lings they perk out, they don't really got much done. The Adept has arrived, and with that, Ateshi does hold. So a nice hold here by Ateshi. Does hold, does defend. Likewise, behind this, one link does slip into the main base. We have the pylon being placed, and we'll see how Ateshi does open up. Now, for those of you that are maybe unfamiliar with Ateshi, he's one of the more up-and-coming Korean players out there. Like, if you think of Ateshi, think of like Lunacy, think of Honmono, think of Quanta, think of 3-Point, think of Prom as well. Right, it's kind of like the lower-tiered players over in South Korea, which aren't quite at the level of GSL, but you know, they're still competing quite regularly here, and they mainly, especially Ateshi, mainly does compete in StarCraft Evolution. We see him quite a lot in StarCraft Evolution League. So if you're familiar with that tournament, if you're familiar with that format and that mod, then Ateshi is more prevalent there, alongside some of the other up-and-coming Koreans as well, like your Quantas, like your 3-Points and Homonos, where they mainly play that game mode. So again, seeing Ateshi in StarCraft 2 is more of a treat, and with that Stargate open into Oracle, Stargate open into Void Ray. Okay, Void Ray opener out of Ateshi is going to be hunting down the Overlord here of Mixu. Coming into this series, I do favor Mixu. I know that Ateshi, of course, he's Korean Protoss, he's good in his own right, but Mixu is a little bit more experienced, is more active in StarCraft 2 as well, but that's also why I'm curious to see how they fare against each other, because this is a dynamic we often don't get to see. Is Mixu's against your Ateshis and against the other Korean players, up-and-coming Korean players. So here we go. So far, early Roach One. Roach One is going to be on the way. We do pull back in the gas. We get a second gas, guys. Also, really early Roach production here at a Mixu into what looks to be an early Roach push. I mean, we spoke about, we have yet to speak out the map itself. Welcome to Pylon. Pylon is known for all-ins. Pylon is known for aggression. And Mixu might just turn this into an all-in. We have 38 workers. Ateshi rushing into a fleet beacon. Oh, this is dangerous. There she's rushing into a flipping and rushing into Sky Toss, but the problem here is that Mixu's all in. It's going to take too long. It's going to take far too long for the Sky Toss to come online, so this is a cheeky build here out of Ateshi. The problem is that Mixu isn't looking for a long game. We're looking to walk the queens across the map. Here we go. So it's going to be a Ling Roach Queen all in. The queens are revealed, and now Ateshi now he knows. Now he knows what's coming. Now he knows what's on the way. Again, PyLon is known for these all-ins because how short it is to go from one side of the map all the way to the others. We don't even need a taxi. We just walk. Yeah, we just step out, we just walk across the map instead. Ateshi does cancel the third base. We'll see if we can make a stand here at the natural. Pylons are on the way, shield batteries are on the way. Ateshi's trying to wall up, trying to survive. The Tempest has begun production, but the army is here. Oh, the army is here. Lings, they flood into the main. Roaches, they do rock up. Looking to look down that front door. There is no depth in the middle line. Lings are going to be able to wreak some havoc here. As Lings, they do try to force some attention elsewhere. Roach Ravager into the natural. Lings, they come back down. Takes down the shield battery. Queens are pushing in, and there's nothing here. there's just nothing. Sure, there's going to be a Tempest soon, and the Void Ray is counter-attacking across the map, but the problem here is that the Tempest has a very low attack rate. So the Tempest technically will eventually kill everything. By the time it does, all the Protoss will be dead. The natural base will be forfeit, and from here we can just go straight into the main as well. Also quite connect. But now going for the main base, going for the Stargate. Yeah, going for the pylon. There is not just pylon set up here. A little bit messy by Mixu, but it's perfectly fine. Yeah, Lings are getting to the middle line. Pylons are under fire as well. Queens are waddling in. Again, a bit of a messy execution here, but regardless, he will kill everything. Yeah, all the pylons go down. Depowers the Stargate. No more Tempest, just the one. Just the one Tempest, just one Void Ray. These Sword Apps are going to go down. Queens are zoning back the Void Ray as well. The Void Ray is getting very low. They're even going for the pylon and depowers everything. GG gets called, and Mixu, he will snowball out of control. He will take game number 1. Mixu will take a lead in the series. Whew. GG. Mixu will take a lead. Again, it was a cheeky build that Ateshi was attempting to go for, but blindly, it wasn't even a scout, but blindly Mixu was just going for an all-in. And again, these all-ins are more common on Pylon. I would say that rushing into Tempest like that is a very risky build on Pylon. It's a little more viable on some of these other maps like Ley Lines, like Maganatha, like Tokamak. But on these smaller maps, yo, you're crazy. So Mixu did punish. Mixu just going for his own all-in, and Mixu did snowball out of control. The other downside that we saw here is that because you open Void Ray, no scouting. Right, if it was an Oracle opener, you get across the map, you scout the drones, you scout the gas, you scout the tech, you see a little bit more of what's going on, but there was no Oracle. There was no Oracle, so Ateshi was playing blind. That's the risk you take when you open Void Ray like that. GG. With that, GG well played. With that, congratulations here to Mixu as he does claim the first game, and now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping into that second game, and we'll see how our players will change their approaches here. Again, when it comes to game 1 was kind of just a clash of builds. Like, there wasn't too much else going on there. It was Mixu all in, Ateshi being greedy and going for fast Sky Toss. Oh. Here we go. Getting into Persephone as game 2. Okay, Persephone, likewise, also a map that has a short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground, or very direct rush distance by ground. We'll see how our players will approach this. Let's go. Do we go for another all-in? Do we try to rush into Sky Toss again? I doubt it. That's typically not something you want to do more than once in a series, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg leading the series 1-0, and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Pink Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing among SC2 people down in the series. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Ateshi. Here we go. So, jumping into our second game of the series. And again, this time, Hatch first. As a reminder, last game, what did we see out of Mixu? We saw gas first. We saw gas first into a spawning pool, into a later hatchery. This time, standard opener out of our Zerg players. So this time, everything is looking much more normal. At least so far. I mean, this can still lead into an all-in. Don't get me wrong. It could. It could. Over 2 bases, over 3 bases. But for now, at least everything is looking as it should. So, as we are settling in. Otherwise, on the side of Ateshi, like, I don't expect, again, as we mentioned, I don't really expect him to go for another Skytoss rush. I mean, I do think it'd be better here. I do think it would be better on Persephone than it would be on Pylon to rush into Tempest and rush into the VP. And unfortunately, it's just, you did it once, and ideally you don't want to do it more than once in the series, so we'll see if we go for something different. I expect aggression, though. Like, we could see, like, a Twilight Council opener into DTs. We could see a Twilight Council opener into Glaive Adepts. Could see a Stargate opener into delayed third. But now they're calming down. Again, Persephone, one of the more quirky maps in the map, will kind of like, it's got some standard aspects to it, but there's also the healing pad. We've got the goal base as well. We've got the speed zones. Like, things can be getting quite interesting here on the right hand side of the map, like, for sure. There's definitely a lot to it. As it is the Stargate opener. Okay, so Stargate opener from Ateshi. So far, so good. Now, I wouldn't be opposed to another Void Ray. If you've heard me speak on this before, like, I'm actually quite fond of the idea. If you open up Void Ray in game 1, may as well commit to it in game 2, but go for a different build and keep your opponent in the dark, right? The mind games. Make it look like the same build, do something different. Speaking of, that is a sub 3-minute lair. Oh my god. 250 lair timing here out of Mixu. Very early, very intense. And what are we going for with such an early lair? Now, this could lead into, if we take another gas geyser, this could lead into Nidus, into a Link Queen Nidus all-in. This could lead into a Link Queen Drop Lord all-in if we invest into Overlord Speed. So we have options, either Overlord Speed or Nidus. That's what I'm leaning towards, as there is no third expansion. That does also mean that Lava is going to be a little bit more limited, but the longer we go on without Overlord Speed, it looks like Nidus play. Overlord is moving in. Overlords are getting in position. Lings are amassing. Show us that Nidus worm. Oh boy. Now, once again, it was a Void Ray opener, and once again, this means no scouting. Or I should say limited scouting. This is where I would argue that these two adepts should have gone across the map instead of staying back at home. Like, Ateshi has seen nothing. He has seen nothing, and it's not like he has to only rely on the Oracle. He can use these two adepts to scout as well. Meanwhile, we have the answer here, Overlord Speed, but this is late. Like, the Drop Lords are already morphing in. So it looks like, yeah, Mixu, this is a bit of a later Overlord Speed timing, a later Drop Lord timing. Like, it's going to get there eventually, but again, far more delayed than it should be. That's why I assumed it was Nidus, just because we had no Overlord Speed, but okay. Meanwhile, rushing into Tempest again. Lings are going to force around. They should force a cancel. Yeah, there's no saving this base, no saving the expansion. There it is. There's a cancel. Lings, they should back off from here. Yeah, they respect the shield battery. As more Lings are building up. Now, typically when we see these Link Queen all-ins, usually there is a third just for the Larva. Like, you can see here that Larva is going to be a limitation, especially because there are limited injects. Oh, but we're dropping into the main. Okay, okay, I see you. I see you. Lings, they do bust into the main base. There's that recoil for the Adepts. Lings, they do collapse in, and here come the Queens as well to help support, help zone away. And GG gets called. The all-in has arrived, and once again, Ateshi attempts to rush into Tempest, and you cannot do that, not against Mixu, because he's going to all-in the hell out of you. GG gets called, and Mixu will claim the series 2-0. GG, well played. Again, Ateshi doing the same build 2 games in a row, rushing into Tempest, and Mixu going for different all-ins both games in a row. Game 1 was a bit of a later Ling Roach Queen all-in. Meanwhile, here in game 2, we saw a much faster Ling Queen Drop Lord all-in. A variation of German Taxi where we actually dropped the Lings into the main base as well. And again, these are essentially hard counters to Ateshi's build. GG. GG, well played. Again, if Ateshi was left alone, then sure, he can embrace Tempest, he can embrace Sky Toss, get into a longer game state, but not here, not against Mixu. GG. GG, well played. With that, we can now catch up on the bracket. There's been a lot going on. Let's figure out where we are, where we're headed, and what the hell is happening next. Let's go. Let us go as we switch things over and catch up on the bracket. Okay, as I believe we have a bit of downtime here. But here we go. We do have, from the top, Ragnar. Ragnar gets a walkover. There are a couple of walkovers in the first round, but Ragnar is going to be up against our herO in the round of 32. We have Foxer. Foxer up against Inexorable in a TVT. That's going to be a spicy TVT, not going to lie. Very tempting to jump into that. We have Percival. Percival takes down Seiko 2-0. Percival is in the next round. Percival waiting for his next opponent. We do see Shameless. Shameless up against Melody, currently in a PVZ when it goes up against Percival in the round 16. Scrolling down, we have, of course, ByuN. ByuN up against his opponent, I believe. Do I know who that is? DPJA. That, I think that might be an alternate ID of a different player. But regardless, they're going to face off. Scrolling down, we have Master versus Greenerts, currently mid-series, currently ongoing. We're just going to update. Shameless to just take down Melody 2-0. Again, Shameless up against Percival in the next round. We have Astrea up against Mudkip Master, currently mid-series. And the winner goes up against Mixu in the next round. So, in my mind, there were a couple of series that stood out to me. This is one of them. Mixu versus Ateshi. So, two, semi-pros, if not pro players facing off. Winner goes up against most likely Astrea. Winner of that most likely goes up against ByuN in the quarterfinals. So, that is the trajectory that I do want to go in. One of the many options that we had available. Scrolling down, we do have some other matches ahead of us as well. Again, it's a really large bracket with a full round of 32. We did have Max up against Captain Fudge in the round 32. Mute versus Rebellion in a PvP. Best of luck. We have Chan versus Patches in a ZVT. We have Epic versus Belmioja in a TVP. Also very tempted to jump into that. And this was another series that I was looking at. I was very tempted to jump into either Chan Patches or Epic Belmioja, because that leads into most likely Epic versus Chan. There we go. Epic does 2-0. Most likely Epic versus Chan into Max, which would be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of fun as well. So that was another series that I was definitely looking at. Scrolling down, we have Kyo. Kyo takes down Hunter Swarm 2-0. We have UD Soldier versus Pig, currently mid-series. Scarlett takes down Slayer 2-0. Luciano got a walkover over Nickrat. That was the other series I was looking at. I was going to be jumping into Luciano versus Nickrat in that TVT, into Scarlett, into potentially Cure as well. But in the end, there was a walkover, so Nickrat wasn't around. In the end, Luciano up against Scarlett, they just began. So best of luck, as we have the Chilean Terran up against the Canadian Zurich player, currently mid-series. The other thing that's deterring me from going into this section, one, I believe Steadfast is covering Scarlett versus Luciano. Steadfast is Canadian, does want to support the Canadian region, of course. So Steadfast in that series, but also Pig is down here as well. And Pig, after he finishes playing, after he gets knocked out, he usually keeps casting. So Pig and Steadfast are both in the same area of the bracket, so I did want to stay away. Like, usually, for those who are curious, for this tournament, there are multiple English streams. There's ourselves, Steadfast, Pig, I think Dave Testa, sometimes Chicken Man as well. Well, there's a lot of English coverage, and we try to avoid each other, or at least I do my best to spread out to make sure that we clash as little as possible. So if Steadfast and Pig are down here, we're just gonna leave this. We're just gonna abandon all this. Like, if they're down here, we're just gonna go to the upper half of the bracket instead. So that is why we are up here towards the top half. And again, we are waiting for the winner of Astrea and Mudkip Master. That is the plan. And that goes into Mixu, and that most likely goes into ByuN. So that's going to be our portion of the bracket, and then that goes into most likely herO up here as well. Bar, of course, some upsets, and there are some strong players up here, some entertaining players that can threaten players like herO and ByuN and Astrea for sure. I mean, that's why we want to cover them as much as we can. So we'll be focusing on the upper half of the bracket. Meanwhile, the other casters have the lower half of the bracket. That is the plan. We go. Any thoughts on jumping into Percival versus Shameless? I mean, it's a really good series, but like, if the problem is that if I did that, I'd most likely miss Astrea and Mixu, and I like what we usually do here when we do cover the first series is that we try to follow it into more series. So we're gonna try to stick to this area of the bracket for now. Going to stick to it. Is the plan. We try not to jump around too much, just so we can kind of like follow a narrative, follow the players. If Pig gets knocked out, true. So yeah, that is the plan, at least for our tournament coverage of this stream, is to just stick to the upper half. And for now, I guess we have some downtime. We are waiting for Astrea and Monkey Master to wrap up. Then we're going to be covering them into Mixu. That is the plan in the round of 16. Otherwise, so we can take this moment to go on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. And when we come back, we will jump into our next series. See you soon after the break. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with Ateshi versus Mixu. Oh my god. As we are now here, we are now returned with the round of 16 with our next best of 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Astrea. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. And we have already seen a little bit of Mixu already today against Ateshi, and Mixu was very aggressive and hyper all-in. He all-in both game 1 and game 2, but a part of that might just be because of Ateshi's tendencies. Remember, both games, Ateshi, he did rush into Tempest. He was very greedy when it came to his build. 0 scouting, rush into Tempest. He was punished both times, and I'm pretty sure that she has a reputation for rushing into Tempest. Meanwhile, Astrea doesn't. Astrea, he's a little more diverse in his play, is what I will say. He can be aggressive, he can be macro, can be cheesy, can be economic. So I would expect to see something more standard from Mixu. But we'll see. For now, hatch, gas, pool. Standard opener out of Mixu. Everything looking normal, everything looking as it should. Likewise, gate expand into Cybercore out of Astrea as well. This time there's no early gases from Mixu, and likewise Astrea does open up normal. Let's go. Let us go. And again, the bracket has been progressing as well. Again, keep an eye on it. !B for a link to the Wikipedia page, link to the challenge bracket as well, so you can see those updates. And likewise, check out some of the other streams out there as well, whether it's Pig streaming as POV, whether it's Steadfast casting, whether it's Enki. I believe Enki's casting in Spanish. I believe Rocklitz is casting in Portuguese. I think those are the only streamers so far, but there might be some others. Again, I think Dave Testa might have been covering some of the event as well. But overall, a lot of streams, a lot of content, a lot of broadcasting, a lot of StarCraft, Ooh. I think I'm hoping that all the key matches are being covered. Hoping. But now, Stargate opener out of Astrea. Everything looking normal so far. Stargate opener into Oracle. Based on the rally, it should be an Oracle, not a Void Ray. We saw non-stop Void Ray play out of Ateshi, but again, like, Ateshi was being very specific and very particular when it comes to his builds, and they got shut down. Here we should be seeing just the Oracle, especially now that we load into Tokamak. Welcome one and all. Tokamak, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool, known for longer macro games, known for having a more defendable 3 and 4 base setup, which means that Mixu did want to be aggressive. This is going to be a more difficult map to be aggressive on. So we'll see what Mixu goes for. We'll see if he does cut workers, if he does commit to early tech. As Lings do move out. Meanwhile, Astrea does arrive with the second Adept. Remember, 2 Adepts, they can one-shot drones. They can one-shot workers. Astrea shading into the main. Astrea, he does commit. Oh, does commit in. Lem? Mixu does pull away in time. We'll lose 1 drone, 1, 2 workers so far, losing up to 3. Nice drone drilling here by Mixu. He will deal with that Adept, but last 3 workers do go down. Not the worst trade hit for Astrea, but this does also mean that the third base is now vulnerable. The third base is exposed, and Mixu, he will counterattack. Again, if you lose the first 2 Adepts, that means that your third base is a lot more vulnerable than otherwise should be. Meanwhile, Oracle into Phoenix Pier by Astrea, going for a bit of a Showtime opener. Okay. Showtime has been very fond of this. Lings, they arrive, they're going for the probe, no, they go for the base, and they will force the Oracle to spend energy back at home. So get a nice run by here by Mixu, keeping the Oracle busy. Lings are coming from behind, they get the probe. And probe goes down as well. Once again, nice damage here from our Zerg player. Behind this, droning, saturating, building up more queens. But the power here of the Phoenix, assuming that the Phoenix did complete, the Phoenix is designed to hunt down overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting, and ideally to deter Muta play. Because there's already 1 Phoenix, I mean, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get away with something like Mutas here. So we'll see if that deterrent is going to work here. Likewise, ideally hunting down the overlords, and does find an overlord. Does find a stray overlord. Behind this, going for, that's the Oracle, takes a lot of hits, takes some hull damage. So we do have the Forge and Twilight Council on the way. A bit of a Gateway Explosion as well. The Gateway Explosion is earlier. Likewise, it was an earlier Forge as well. Are we going into Charge? Like, again, really early +1. So I'm curious if there's going to be Charge or Blink. Both are viable. Show us what you got. There it is. Charge is indeed on the way. Now, this makes more sense. The early gateways and the early forge, now it all makes more sense as we are hitting an early charge timing. So, very aggressive build here by Astrea. Everything looks normal from the outside, but once you look in to the main, then you know it's anything but. And the problem, of course, is that Mixu lost the Overlord. Mixu, he has limited scouting. He has limited vision here, and he doesn't know what's coming his way. Ooh, and Mixu is cutting corners. Mixu is playing standard. Behind this, what do we have? Eva Chamber. Eva Chamber into +1. This is designed to go into Ling Hydra, which means no Bailey Nest, no Roach Warren. Now, we still have a little bit of time to maybe throw down a safety Bailey Nest or a safety Roach Warren, but without either of the two tech structures, without either of them, with only Ling Queen Hydra, charge ults they can overwhelm. And you can see they're banking up as we speak, and they have potential to deal critical damage. Right now, the pressure's on Mixu to scout with his Lings. He needs to figure out what's going on. He has to figure out what is being warped in. Is it Adepts? Is it Stalkers? Is it Zealots? It could be anyone. Lings, they check for the 4th locations. Ling Scout is going to be denied. Zealots are still building up, and here we go. Astrea is about to pull the trigger, and again, Mixu has no idea. He has no idea what's going on. Mixu, he is in the dark. Here we go, Zealots walking across the map, charge about to finish +1 as well, and again, it's purely what to defend. Only 4, the queen kind of still low as well, only 4 queens and only a handful of Lings. Oh, this could just end the game. This may just end the game here. Zealots, they walk in, there's nothing to defend, boys being pulled away, drone's going to be going down, queens, they try to respond, we have the oracles as well, and again, there is just nothing to hold. GG gets called, and Astrea, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A very cheeky build here by Astrea. Everything was looking normal. Stargate opener into Oracle, into Phoenix, into a 3rd base. Everything was looking as it should. But as we mentioned, did go for an earlier Forge, did go for earlier Gateway Explosion into a +1 charge timing. Very strong timing there. And unfortunately, Mixu was getting ready for a standard game. He was getting ready for a macro game. He was getting ready for Blink Stalkers and Storm and 3 base and 4 base saturation. He was getting ready for some StarCraft, but alas, he got knocked down and shut down by the charge timing. Just cutting too many corners, especially considering that he was playing blind. Like, that's the big issue there. Again, no Overlord Scout because the Overlord got sniped. Likewise, Lings had a really hard time confirming what was happening, and GG. GG, well played. With that, Astrea does take a lead in the series, and now we are getting into game numero 2. Let's go. We are jumping into game 2, and we'll see if Mixu can bounce back. We'll see if Mixu can get into his game. I just realized. As game 2 is going to be on Last Fantasy. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Going to be loading into Last Fantasy. And, I mean, this is a rare sight. We rarely get to feature this map, so I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. As spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Mixu. Here we go. And again, welcome on all to Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy is, once again, for the first time in a long time, a 3-player spawn map. We have 3 possible spawn locations, bottom left, bottom right, and top side as well. So we have that triangular spawn pattern. There are a lot of bases to be taken, especially in the center of the map. There are these big speed zones as well, which do allow for faster scouting from one side to the other. And there is that bit of an RNG factor involved as well. Again, it's great to see a 3-player spawn map once again, but there are certain quirks to this map. My biggest concern about this map that we have seen already is how defendable you can be on this map. Specifically, I'm referring to the ramps. There's a very narrow ramp here outside of the natural. Likewise, ramps and choke points here on the left-hand side. Likewise, ramps and choke points here on the right-hand side as well. And we have seen players do a great job here at just turtling up on 4 bases, and opposing players have had a really hard time at breaking a 4-basing player here, but we'll see if we can get there. We'll see. For now, do see the probe scale on the right hand side. Overlord does poke in. Overlord does confirm the gateway. Astrea, through the process of deduction, is now aware that Mixu is nowhere to be found. Is now aware of Mixu's spawn location as well. Ooh, 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Astrea. Interesting. A 2-gate opener does mean that we will be able to go into double adept harass. So 2-gate opener into cybercore, into double adept aggression. As Astrea does, I don't think that's a full wall completely here, but he does wall up or does prioritize that wall initially. So much more aggressive start here out of Astrea. Meanwhile, Mixu, hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pool pulls out a gas, getting into link speed. Probe scout does confirm that droning is occurring. Here we go. So we go. Mixu does claim his third base. Does take his triangular third. Does claim his expansion. Meanwhile, we did speak about the 2-gate opener, so that means double adept. There we go. So we can make 2 and then a 3rd and 4th adept real fast and real quick. And we'll see if Mixu can keep up. I believe Mixu, he did not scout the 2-gate opener. He's not fully aware of how much aggression is coming his way. Because again, this is a lot of adepts early on, more than usual. Mixu behind this is hitting before link speed. He's got 2 links to work with. He's been droning, by the way. Uh-oh. Has been droning quite heavily. And we'll see how good the drone drilling is going to be. Does shade in towards the mineral lines. Heading into the main. Ooh, does kind of commit. Kind of. It's a little bit messy. Okay, does pull away, and with that, Mixu holds. And Mixu does hold on. Astrea racing back. Does pull out. Behind this, going for a Stargate opener once again. Stargate into Oracle. The Stalker is going to zone away the Overlord. And do we plan on hiding anything? Curious. Again, this Stalker is an abnormality. Like, usually you don't open Stalker like this unless you intend to hide some tech, or unless you intend to fake out your opponent. Like, but this is not necessarily standard here. So the Stalker will zone. And this could just be a mind game, or we could really be intending to hide some tech. Ooh, 420 lair timing. So early lair here by Mixu. Oracle does make its way behind the mineral line. Oh, going for the stasis. Mixu does react in time. Oh, okay, does pull away. Does pull away. Meanwhile, now we see the purpose of the Stalker, as the Stalker does zone away the Overlord. We are rushing into Tempest. Yo, Astrea, he was watching the Ateshi games. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, we do have our 6 adepts moving out. Again, these are more adepts than usual just because the early gateways, and with that, drones are going down. Meanwhile, Lings, they're not really in position here. Yeah, stasis goes off. Adepts again, 8 drones already, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, getting out of control. Thankfully, we do have some Lings to defend. Drones, they do drill into the main. And they will clean this up, but at a cost of 12 workers. Ay, 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 this is brutal damage. Oracle is going to be focused down. Does get away. Likewise, the adept kind of protected by the stasis drones. Stasis did go off. And with that, we are rushing into a second Stargate, into the Tempest, into Tectonic Destabilizers as well. And Mixu has no idea. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea what's in the main. Astrea, he's having fun here. Oh no! And Mixu knows all the chaos. He did allow the Eva Chamber to finish. Did allow it to complete. Ay, ay, ay. This is designed to block adepts. And he blocked himself. So just a really chaotic setup here from Mixu. Astrea doing a great job at causing all that chaos and forcing mistakes out of his opponent, being hyper aggressive. Mixu is all in. Mixu at this point, he should be all in. We have Roach Speed on the way, Lings are massing. Mixu should know that he has lost too many drones to macro. Like, at this point, it's too late to macro. He's lost too much already. We have to commit. We have to double down. The drop lord play is going to be interesting here. The problem with going all in is that I would favor it all in against what Astrea is doing, but this is going to be a delayed all in, so there are going to be additional Tempest. So we already have 3. Soon to be 5. Here we go. So Link drop into the main. We have Lings here towards left hand side, and the roaches are amassing. Again, it is all or nothing here. It's all or nothing for Mixu. Still building up more roaches. Roach speed has completed. And we'll see what he can get done, as there are now 5 Tempests. Oh god. Oh no. That's a lot of Tempests, as they have revealed themselves. Mixu sends it across the map. Queens are going to try to hold their own, but there's only so much they can do here against 5 Tempests. And here we go. It's all nothing. Stasis Trap does go up. Lings, they do bait out some of the Stasis Traps. They at least try to. Stasis Traps are connecting. Queens are being dealt with by the Tempest. Ling drop into the main. Damage is being done. These Oracles have finite energy. And the third is going to be broken. Likewise, Lings are popping up in the main as well. Very nice damage here by Mixu. Meanwhile, the Tempest, it looks like they race back home. Yeah, they recall. Tempest, they recall back home. And again, this is good damage. And we're still getting more done. We're still getting more done here. 22 probe kills. Can we get up to 30? Up 30. There it is. 30 probes go down. Very nice damage. You got the mineral line in the main base. You got the mineral line here at the third as well. That is critical damage. Spire is now on the way, and he forces Astrea back home to defend. So Mixu has time to breathe. The problem, though, I would say late Spire. It does feel like a bit of a late... Yeah, he has to go for the Spire. Now going for the Hydrogen as well. We're panicking right now. We need some kind of anti-air. Anything. The Tempest is still popping up. Oh, they can one-shot. Oh, go. I'll pick up Micro. Let's go. Very nice control there by Mixu. The controller's there, but the Queens are not. Once again, Mixu counterattacks. That's all he can do. He has to force the Tempest back home. And back at home, now Astrea has Stalkers. Now he has a Stalker army. Now he has a force to work with. Hydrogen is now done. Spire a couple seconds away. As Mixu needs as much anti-air as possible. Looks like he's waiting for the Spire. But is he waiting too long? Like he's intentionally not making Hydras here. There we go. Corrupt is now on the way, but it takes so long to build up. As again, Mixu doing a great job here, just tanking shots. Doing a great job tanking shots. Recall is on cooldown, so these Corruptors, they can catch out the Tempest. They can catch him out. Mixu double expanding. From here, he can drone. Ooh, Spire goes down. Spire does fall. There we go. Corruptors are revealed. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. He's gonna get all the Tempest. Yeah, he's gonna get all the Tempest here. Very nice catch. There's that recall. Does abandon one of the Tempests. Try to get the hell out of here. Mixu is in this game. In this game, but the drone count is still it's actually not too bad. He's just oversaturated. Yes, there we go. Does transfer. Needs a little bit more time getting to Ling a Hydra Lurker. Okay, just needs a little bit more time. Meanwhile, the upgrades for these Stalkers are a little bit lackluster. They have +1, but only +1. Ooh, as they find Overlords. Yeah, they will find Overlords here. 3 Overlords going down. Lings, they go for a counterattack. Base is denied. Mixu, he is in trouble here. Especially with that run by. He does get into the bases, but recall's on cooldown, which means Astrea commits. Astrea, he commits across the map. Nicely run by, but there's just no standing army. He has nothing at home. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's 14 Hydras on the way. But it's too little too late. I mean, the Lings are doing a lot of damage. If only there was a recall available and you could maybe force Astrea back, but GG gets caught in that baby. And Astrea will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played Astrea. He will claim the series, he will advance on. My condolences to Mixu here, as he is going to be falling in the series. Again, Mixu just had a really rough start against the Adepts. The Adepts, they did so much damage. I was very impressed though by the Ling drop, by the Ling run by. Like, there was a lot of counter damage being done, which was good, which was solid. But if only he hadn't taken so many losses earlier. And likewise, late Spire meant late Corruptors. Like, everything was just a little bit off there from Mixu. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Astrea will claim the series. Astrea will claim the series. And we're going to be following Astrea into the next round. Let's go. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch up and figure out what's been going on. What updates do we have? Okay, here we go. We have ByuN versus Master. ByuN versus Master currently ongoing. Master took down Greener 2-1. ByuN took down DPJA. So ByuN versus Master is mid-series, and the winner goes up against Astrea. And that's our plan, right? That's our plan. That's currently what we're looking at. That's what we're hoping to get into. Meanwhile, herO, he's waiting for the winner of Foxer and Inexorable. That TVT is still ongoing. Still going. Percival versus Shameless also still ongoing as well. They are mid-series. And let's have a look at the lower half of the bracket. Do we have any big results to get into here? Rebellion takes down Mute 2-1, and Rebellion does advance on offensive against Max in the next round. Cham takes down Patches. Epic takes down Bomyoja. We have Cham versus Epic facing off in the second round as well. We have Cure and UD Soldier. UD Soldier does take down Pig 2-1. Impressive there. Pig did take a game off of UD Soldier, so very impressive. But UD Soldier does claim the series up against Cure. And we have Scarlett. Scarlett takes down Luciano 2-0, waiting for the winner of Cure and UED Soldier. So for the most part, the round of 32 is wrapping up. And we are getting into the round of 16. Here we go. Oh, as we just got up there we go. Foxer takes out Inexorable 2-1. Big win there for Foxer. And that does conclude the round of 16. Round of 16 is now completely done. And now we can focus on the round of 8. Wait, sorry, round of 32 is not going to be done. Now we can focus on the round of 16. There you go. There it is, there it is. So just condensing the bracket a little bit. Make it easier to see. But we do have some downtime. From here, we're going to have some downtime. Oh, I say that. ByuN versus Master, they just got out of game. What's going on? Okay, they just got out of game, and we're either going to jump in mid-series into ByuN versus Master, or we're going to follow them into Astrea. Is the plan. But otherwise, the bracket is progressing nicely. No crazy upsets or anything like that yet. Again, the number 1 seed of the tournament is herO. herO is the number 1 seed. We have Max as number 2 seed. And then we have ByuN and Cure as 3 and 4 respectively. So we're expecting the top 4 seeded players to make it to the semifinals. But we'll see if anyone can stop them. I want to believe that they can be stopped by players like Astrea, by players like Cham, by players like Scarlett, players like Percival or Shameless as well. Do you want to believe they can be stopped? But otherwise, we might just be going on a short break. Okay, we're going to be going on a short break. I think ByuN and Master did fully complete. If that's the case, then I believe vetoes are underway. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our next matchup. So we'll see you soon. See you soon in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our third series of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the round of 32. Now we wrapped up with round 16, and now we are here with the very first quarterfinals match of the tournament. We've been speeding through the bracket. We knew what we wanted, and we have made it. We are here. And spawning in the top, bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Astrea. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3 quarterfinals match. Winner of the series will advance on to the semi-finals. Here we go. And again, I feel like this is going to be a close one, a clutch one. We have seen Astrea take down many a Korean Terran player in recent times. I would go as far as to say that Astrea, his strongest matchup currently is PvT. Has been looking very strong, very in form. But at the same time, the meta in PvT has been a little bit in flux when it comes to aggressive builds and all-ins. So we'll see if ByuN is one to embrace that. So far, double gas opener out of ByuN with this faster factory. With this, we could go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, we can go into early Cyclone production, we can go into an earlier add-on swap. Our eyes are on ByuN as he is going to be going a little bit more tech heavy to begin with. Astrea confirms. Astrea does scout both gases, he does pull away. He's now aware, of course, that we have something that's a little bit more tech heavy and more of a later expansion. Back at home, standard opener out of Astrea. Gate expand into Cybercore. Oh, wait, sorry. Gate cyber expand. Gate cyber expand, standard opener out of our Protoss. The pylon is throwing down behind the mineral line, so we're going to be hiding the tech a little bit further back. Curious, we'll see if it's just a standard Twilight Council or if we are indeed hiding something a little bit more sinister here from Astrea. Curious. We shall see. Probe does hide from the Reaper moves out, the probe does dip back in for a rescout. And Astrea, he does confirm no add-on on the racks. No add-on, looks to delay the CC. Reaper does slip into the main. Shield battery's only halfway done. Only halfway. Good control, but one probe is going to go down. Getting one, getting two. Yeah, 2 probes do fall. And Astrea is moving out across the map. That's why there's nothing home to defend. The shield battery does finish up, but last that is still 2 workers going down. Astrea is to delay the CC, but the CC is on the high ground. Yeah, high ground CC. Oh.
My enemy tried to kill your props.
Yo, shout out to Wyra. Behind this, it is going to be add-ons on the way. So we have the Reaper, Hellion into Reactor, into Tech Lab on that factory. But again, a good eye for ByuN to go for the CC on the high ground instead. Getting a 3rd probe kill. And in the end, I want to say that ByuN is in a better position here. The Adept Aggression wasn't worth it. Remember, Astrea, he lost probes in the process to get across the map. But he has hidden his tech. And Astrea, we spoke about the pylon placement and how quirky it was. And we see he was hiding his tech. He's hiding the Stargate. So Stargate is hidden here for Astrea. Checking the vision of ByuN, he did not confirm. Again, Stargate openers are more out of the norm nowadays. They're out of meta for good reason. They can be quite difficult to get away with. You can punish, you can all in against Stargate openers, but Astrea does open Oracle. And ByuN goes for the dive. Oh, never mind. Is denied. Reaper goes down. Astrea, he will deny the scout. ByuN still has no idea. Behind this is going for a Widowmine drop. Sorry, he's going for a Cyclone drop. So Tech Lab on the factory into Cyclone drop. This can lead into an add-on swap into Banshee play, but no, going for tank production instead. No add-on swap. ByuN does move out. There's a lot of micro potential with this Cyclone. A lot of micro potential. As the drop is spotted. Adept is going to go down. Nice pickup. Every unit counts this early on. No shield battery at the natural. Probe gets caught. 3rd base is delayed. And so far, ByuN doing quite a lot. Yeah, he does spot the Phoenix. ByuN knows, he's aware. He just pulls the hell away. Does avoid the Phoenix. And ByuN backs off. And again, so far, ByuN doing a great, just a good amount of damage. tank into now a second Cyclone. He knows that he doesn't really need tanks. Typically against a blink-based opener, you want a second, maybe even a third tank, but against a Stargates, I mean, tanks are unnecessary, so going into more Cyclones to defend. So more Cyclones on the way. ByuN poking, sorry, Astrea poking in. Yeah, so avoid those Cyclones. Let's have to avoid. And will pull away. Oh, good. Never mind. Double Cyclone shuts down the Oracle immediately. Yeah, rough loss there for Astrea. We spoke earlier how Stargate openers do leave you vulnerable. I mean, because of this, Blink is going to be late. Upgrade is going to be delayed. Not necessarily because of the Stargate, but the third base is also late as well this game. So there's a lot going ByuN's way. ByuN does get across the map. Astrea, he barely does miss the drop. Ooh, and there's not much room to defend. At the same time, Astrea poking in, but there is a tank on the high ground. Oh, Stalker's getting caught out. Brutal pickoffs here. There's no blink, and these Stalkers are going to go down. Ooh, does not get the Cyclone. Nice micro there from ByuN. Saves the Cyclone, does pull away. Oh, Stasis Trap does go off on the weakened Cyclone. Astrea just buying time to race back home. He will finally clean this up. These Cyclones, they pay for themselves. They've already paid for themselves. Already has been worth it. You know what, ByuN is building up towards a potential +1 timing. Now moving out. Does move out. +1 is going to finish up in the middle of the fight. Likewise, Stim is almost done as well. There's a very strong timing here out of ByuN. Astrea, he has to slow this down. So whatever he can to slow this down. There's only so much he can do. Stalker gets picked up. Phoenix as well. Too many losses too quickly. And there's nothing to save the space. Yeah, the shield bag is not done. Pylon goes down. Boys being pulled away. Astrea cannot save the expansion. He will lose everything. 15, 16 probe kills. And he can just keep going. Yeah, he can just stim and win. Storm is not complete either. Everything is just too late. And with that, ByuN will overwhelm. He will overwhelm the bases, overwhelm the economy. GG gets called, and ByuN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game there out of ByuN, and a really rough start for Astrea. We spoke about it, but the Stargate opener just wasn't really worth it. Going for the Oracle, going for the Phoenix. Phoenix went down, Oracle went down. What value did they really give Astrea? There was no value. They didn't really get any damage done across the map. They didn't deter any drop play. They didn't deny any drops or any kind of aggression. In the end, Astrea just fell behind tech-wise. Later Blink, later upgrades, later third base. Everything was just delayed. And that is one of the risks that you do take at times when you do open Stargate like that. It is quite risky. There's a lot of pressure to get damage done and get value with your units. And in the end, GG. In the end, GG well played. With that, ByuN does take a lead, and we'll see how we open up coming into game 2. When it comes to openers in TVP that are viable, of course, we have Stargate openers, there are Robo openers, there are Twilight Council openers as well. There are different variations of each kind, so we'll see what Astrea does dip into this time. I don't expect to see a Stargate again. No shot. I don't expect to see another Stargate opener, but we'll keep an eye on our players here as we get into game 2. As we jump into that second game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Astrea. Let's go. So we are opening up. And welcome to Ley Lines. Ley Lines, I would say, is one of the more standard maps in the map pool. I would not be opposed to Stargate play on Ley Lines, to be honest, but after game 1, now I'm less inclined to want to see the same opener 2 games in a row. We should be seeing something different here. As Ley Lines is one of the more, again, standard maps out there. It's not as small as Pylon, not as small as Ultralove, not as large as Tokamak, right down the middle. as once again, double gas. Double gas open out of ByuN. Last game, this led into earlier cyclones, into earlier cyclone aggression, into that drop, of course. This could lead into the same thing, can lead into a more committed build into Reaper Hellion, into earlier tank. We'll see where ByuN takes us. Meanwhile, we have a gate expand out of Astrea. Okay, Astrea cutting some corners here. That's an expansion before the Cyber Core. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. So you're not going to be settling in. I see no fire in the chat. Pay. If you're referring to payouts for the predictions are for the series. They're not for the game. They're for the entire series, the entire best of. As there's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Astrea. Likewise, we did mention with the double gas, faster factory. Faster factory on the way. And Reaper has arrived. This time the Adept is at home. And this time the Reaper will not kill any probes. Remember, last game it was 3 probes going down at the start of the game. It was crazy damage. This time, 0. So this time a much stronger start for Astrea. Likewise into Twilight Council, into Blink. Meanwhile, ByuN across the map, what are we going for? Reaper, Hellion, into Reactor, into Tech Lab. This is the exact same, oh, never mind. Almost the same. No Tech Lab, Widow Mine drop. Okay, we're mixing it up. Well, nice catch here on the Adept. Adept does overextend, is hunted down. But again, we have a mine drop follow-up this time from ByuN. And this is designed to scout. Designed to get into the bases and to get a read what's going on. Meanwhile, Reapers, they make their way into the main. Speaking of scouting, boys being evacuated from the natural here, as the Reapers are going to be targeted. Hellion does hit the natural base. Alas, Astrea, he has limited units to work with. The Reapers are cleaned up, but that's still going to be 5 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. 5 workers still go down, despite the evacuation. Hellion does fall. But this is a shaky early game once again here from Astrea. It's a bit shaky. Wouldn't mind welding across the map. Setting up on the ramp. Medevac is on the way. Medevac is on the way for the drop. We have 2 more gates behind this, so it looks like a 3-gate blink out of Astrea. Very safe build. Going for the robo as well before expanding. ByuN does get in. Unloads the mines. Astrea, he should react in time. Does pull. Does pull away. Does it with the Widow Mines and will shut down the medevac. Ooh, nice defense here by Astrea. Does shut this down. He does claim his 3rd. So far, so good. Meanwhile, the aggression is continuing. ByuN moving out with this Raven. So we do have some orders out harass. Likewise, back at home, building up towards Stim, getting his own Raxes up and running. And once again, it looks like ByuN is going to be planning to go for another move out, like we saw previously. Not an all-in, but a move out on 2 bases. Astrea, he's here to slow this down, or to deny. Oh god, as he does wing in. Jesus. Has to be careful. There's only 1 tank so far, no bunker, but there's soon to be a 2nd tank in the main. Currently, ByuN is exposed. Astrea going for the dive. Bold move, does take down the tank. Tank does fall. Astrea will bleed out 2 stalkers. Yeah, bleeds out 2 so far. Does kite back. He kites well. Again, ByuN did cut corners, no bunker. 3rd stalker goes down. But now there's no tank in the main. There's no tank in the main, and he can go for Stim. Stim is tempting. Stim is so tempting right now. Goes to the mineral line instead. As if he's going to be falling. Nice control, but alas, he bleeds out 2 more stalkers. And 2 more stalkers go down at the same time. Auto shot harass across the map. 6 probes. 7. 7 workers go down. That is brutal damage. So on the one hand, yes, Astrea is doing damage, but at the same time also sustaining losses as well. And Stim will finish. Yeah, Stim will complete. Another tank has arrived, and the main base is secure. And ByuN will hold. Yeah, he does hold on. We have had a back and forth trade. But I'm still worried about that move out. As ByuN just waiting for his upgrades. Meanwhile, Astrea, he wants that tank again. Still no bunker. 2 volleys go up. Stim is outdone. Astrea has to respect it. He has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Oof, does pull away. Nice control. So picks up a couple of extra Marines. As we have another 4 probe kills here at the natural. Probe still going down. The Raven's still alive. It's got 11 kills. ByuN does move out. He gets missed. He does miss it. Astrea does miss the move out. He's trying to catch him. There's the recall. He knows he did miss the army. Storm is finishing up. Storm is on the way. Just outdone. Oh. Maybe a flanking Storm coming in from behind. Nice dive and nice cleanup. Astrea, he will shut down the army. Whew. Very nice engage. Okay. Meanwhile, second army to his left. Astrea, he does come across the army. Last no Storm though. Yeah, and this is a shaky trade here from Astrea. Likewise, double drop into that natural. Going for the Temple Archives. Astrea, he does miss the drop. Temple Archives is going to go down. Brutal pickup. Astrea, he's racing back home. Does finally get the Raven. But this is brutal. Has to rebuild the Temple Archives. He is at least getting a 4th base. He's getting a 4th. ByuN claiming his 3rd. From here, ByuN does have a lead. Like, ByuN, he does have the better economy. He's got the larger army. But there are 4 High Templar. There's still potential. If the Storms land well, then Astrea can still take a fight. But you can see the pre-split here by ByuN. He's already pre-spread. Speaking of, first Storm lands. Takes down the High Templar. At the same time, Astrea going for a Storm drop into the mineral line. And does get a couple of SCVs. 3 SCVs go down. Alas, we're still missing 1 more Storm. Speaking of, oh, he wants it. Does come back in. Oh, and it's going to cost him the army. Yeah, the Prism goes down. He gets 9 SCVs. That's okay damage. The Archon will get a volley off as well. Oh, no, never mind. The Archon does fall. And again, this is still just a really rough hold for Astrea. The Storm's the only thing keeping him in this. He does have Storms. Does have them. He's hanging on. Getting his 4th up and running. But EMPs have arrived. Oof. Nice snipe on the High Templar. We're down to 2 High Templar left. Down to 1 Storm, at least currently. EMP doesn't quite land. Ooh, good Storm. Good Storm, but he needs more. He needs more than just 1 Storm, but... Okay, now's another. Another Storm is available. Astrea still hanging on. Yeah, behind this, he pulls away. Pulls away. Astrea does have a little bit of green room. Astrea, you can see, is setting up for a run by, if not even a surround. Does move out. I mean, he does see where the army is. He does also notice how vulnerable the 3rd base is as well. But ByuN is close by. Yeah, he's near enough. We'll zone away those zealots. Now at least he forces the entire army back home. Now Astrea can move in. And behind this, the base on the way. If given time, Colossus are coming. Getting to Colossus. Oh, a bit of a misclick there. That second base is meant to be a second robo. Meant to be a second facility. So hopefully Astrea notices in time. Because he's got 2 bays on the way. Zell orbit into the natural. 9 SCVs, not bad. Gets a couple of workers. Zips into the main, once again distracting ByuN, at least trying to. Yeah, it's currently Astrea. He's just trying to buy time. Buying time for his Colossus. Oh. And I think he did notice. No, he noticed a little bit too late. So the second bay did finish. Now we have the second robo on the way. Colossus are going to be delayed. But because of all the Zealot run-bys, because of the drop play, ByuN's at home. Like, ByuN's not pushing. So ByuN, he's giving Astrea time to recover. Like, momentum is still on ByuN's side, but not as much as it once was. So again, these Zealots are just buying time. They're just buying time here. Ooh, let's have service get caught out. Cashing out 8 SCVs. Even more SCVs here at the natural. ByuN, a bit of a later reaction to this. Likewise, Astrea diving on the 4th. Can he get a kill? A couple more volleys. It's going to be close. Storm's coming in. Not quite. Goes to the feedback. Base goes down. Nicely done. No more storms though. Oh no! And the High Templar, they got it behind. Losing what, 3, 4 High Templar, the Immortals as well. Did get the expansion, but at a cost. At a brutal cost. As a lot of units have fallen. And ByuN is maxed. ByuN is maxed out. He has a terrifying army. He's pushing into 2 High Templar and 2 Colossus. MP goes up. Vikings, they bully back the Colossus. Yeah, there's no saving it. Colossus goes down instantly. We have some flanking storms. Storms are decent. The storms are good, but there are only 2 storms. Yeah, only 2. From here, we can stim. We can win. ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will Zobel out control. Takes down the Colossus. Takes down the Gateway army as well. And Astrea just has nothing left. Nothing left. Nothing here. And GG gets called. ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played ByuN. He will claim the series. Astrea, he had some good moments here in game number 2, but was a little bit rough around the edges there. Again, a really rough game 1 with a Stargate opener. Like, Astrea was just bullied in game 1. Game 2 was more of a back and forth. There were some better moments for Astrea when it came to the Zealot run-bys and counterattacks, when it came to the storms, when it came to the initial tank pickups as well. There were some nice moments there, but overall, ByuN was still just pulling Astrea apart, doing brutal economic damage early on. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Oh. With that, GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into our next series. Oh my god. We're getting into our next quarterfinals match. It is a fresh best of 3. Of course, ByuN is now waiting in the next round. Waiting in the semifinals for his next opponent, and we are here to determine who that is going to be here. I have very little time to prepare. hold on. There we go. As up next, herO versus Shameless. As of course, Shameless did take down Percival. Little Fairy. He did just take down Percival in his series, and now up next we have a PvP. And spawning in the bottom right corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Protoss player. We have representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And again, shout out to Astrea for, of course, competing tonight and for facing off against ByuN. Unfortunately, wasn't able to quite make a series out of it, and it is going to tap out. ByuN, of course, is waiting for the winner of this match. So we're going to be following this best of 3 into eventually ByuN. That is the plan. So this quarterfinals match into the upper semis, into potentially lower semifinals. I believe the lower semis is taking a little bit longer. So we have more time ahead of us here. For now, though, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. Okay, 2 gate open out of Shameless. Gate Cyber Expand out of herO. Just catching up. Good night. I love your channel. Ah, buenas noches. Good night. Good night. Greetings from Latinoamérica. Ah, greetings, buddy. Greetings. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Aquí son las 11 de la mañana. 11 de la mañana. En Australia. Do I think Colossus was a call there? Disruptors would have been better. Colossus, I think, would have been fine there. Unfortunately, they did need support, whether it would have been Colossus or Disruptor. If you recall, the moment leading into that final fight, we did see Astrea losing, was it 3 High Templar and 2 Immortals? Like he lost like some very, very like key units before the final fight occurred. So he had less storms than he otherwise would have had, and just less support for his army. So it wouldn't have mattered whether it was Colossus or Disruptor in that situation. But here we go. We do have herO going for an economic charge. All right. I also noticed someone was asking about the tank and like the fire animation. It's just an animation. There's no damage over time. It's just a visual effect. Just a visual effect. As there's going to be 2 gate opener into a Stargate before expand. Here we go. So it's going for a Stargate as an opener. Shameless moving out. Again, here he will have the greater economy. Again, here he was very greedy here, going for that much faster Nexus. And we'll see if here can get away with that greed. As going for a 3-gate follow-up. Oh my god. Gracias, gracias. Me gusta mucho tu canal. Tu transmisión es muy profesional. Ah, gracias, gracias. I appreciate it. Oh. So do shut down both of them. Despite that, 2 probes going down. Does catch the workers. ¿De qué país eres? ¿De qué país, man? ¿De qué país? Shout out to Enki as well. Enki, of course, is casting in Spanish. El Hermoso. Enki. Who is also a CranKy Duckling, by the way. As of a couple of weeks ago. He's joined the CranKy Ducklings. Oh. As that does get into the mineral line. So far, no major damage, though, due to the shield battery. So here he's defending well. He will deflect, and Shameless going for the proxy Dark Shrine. Oh my god, okay. Shameless just going for all the twists and all the turns, bearing in mind Shameless opening up Stargate into Oracle Harass, into DT as well. The problem, though, is that herO is going for an all-in. We have 3 gates at home, we have 1 gateway across the map, we have a 4-gate, 2-base all-in setup here from herO. He's rallying everything across the map, and Shameless is lacking an army. There's nothing here, there's literally nothing at home. There's probes. Shield battery begins. Now we have a reactive warp in. A herO has arrived across the map. The Oracle doing with a cap, but the shield battery will keep everything alive. The shield battery is pretty good. Shield battery is pretty good. We go for the hallucination stalkers. And herO, he will overwhelm. A force field on the ramp. The probes are locked in. They can't escape. They can't get away. I mean, the Dark Shrine can help. It can maybe force a weird base trade or something. But even then, like, these buildings, they should be falling. As there is 0 detection for herO. As the natural's going to go down. Here he does check the ramp. There's nothing there. He's going further in. He did waste some time on the Nexus, I will say that. Some time was spent. Here come the DTs. Okay, can we force like a draw? Here we go. Defensive DT. We have the defensive Dark Templar. Or wait, okay, I should say, can Shameless win the game? Can Shameless take this? As DTs are waddling in. Robo's in production. Nice force field. Oh, the DT does nothing. Yeah, brutal force field here across the map. Likewise, DTs, they're going for the robot. If they can kill the robot, they can end the game. They can win this. Force field not good enough. Oh, there we go. Barely placed, but alas, the robo is going to fall. There's no saving this. No shot. It does go down. Massive pick-off. Forge now on the way. DTs, they bust into the main. And Shameless, has he just done it? Because he will kill everything. Yeah, here he does pull the boys. He's trying to evacuate. And Shameless with the Invisible Man, he will depower the Forge. Ideally, you want to kill it. You don't want to let a cannon get up and running. So cannons are now going to be available. More probes going down. There we go. There's the cancel on the Forge. Now, if herO can proxy a Robo and get an Observer, he can win this game. But he needs some kind of detection. But he can't afford a Robo. He can't afford it. Meanwhile, more probes are going down. And Shameless, he's popping off. There we go. Proxy, as we mentioned, proxy Robo. Like, this Robo needs to get up and running. And if herO can preserve his army and get an Observer, he can still win this game. Shameless is down to 2 probes. Like, Shameless has no economy. Looking at the army, Shameless has 4 DTs and 1 Oracle. If Shameless can find this, he can win the game. He just has to find the proxy. Shameless, we're wasting time here, in a sense. Like, we're spending a lot of time here in the bases. Like, Shameless, he needs to be looking for the proxy. Like, he has to know that there's only one way to win, and that is with a Robo. Ah, Shameless. Not like this. Again, he had to be a little bit more active here. Like, this scout is late. And yes, he's going for the bases, that's true. Oracle does find some of the probes, but Shameless, he's not finding this. He's not finding. Here we go, the Observer's on the way. And this is the win condition for herO. He's getting the Observer. He has detection. He made it. There's the recall. Yep, there's the recall. DTs, they get targeted down. There's 2 Dark Templar left. And now 1 Archon. And yeah, now herO can mine. Now herO can mine. He can go back to mining, go back to saturation. Again, Shameless, like he just wasn't thinking about searching for the proxy until it was too late. Ah, he almost had it. Casito, papi, casito. It was close. It was close. I mean, even here, getting a couple of probe kills, it's damage. So we have 9 probes to 8. So we're going down to a 1 base economy versus 1 base economy. Tech-wise, what do you have to work with? There's no blink. True, there's no blink for herO. Does have a larger army, though. And in a head-on fight, I have to favor herO. As he has access to hallucinations, to force fields. Of course, he can't force field this army, not the Archon. So there's going to be a lot of finesse with the movement here and the composition of herO. But there we go, it does hallucinate. Ideally, to tank some shots. Okay, Observer coming in. Observer does come in. Gets 1 DT. Nice revelation. Yeah, very nice revelation. But it looks like 1 more volley, and he... Oh, can he get it? Can he get the Archon? He can't. It's close. There we go. Archon goes down. Does he have a backup Observer? No backup Observer. Uh-oh. herO. No, wait, no backup Observer. No gas. Uh-oh. Okay. We're still in this. Shameless. He's still in this game. He's still in this game. He has a higher probe count. Again, gas income is limited. Oracle goes in. The Oracle killing more probes. Denying gas mining. We can't afford the Oracle. We have no gas. Okay. Let's go. Again, here he overextended with the Observer. The Observer was over the Archon. That's how it went down. Alongside the Revelation, of course. But that was miscontrol at a herO. And GG gets called. Shameless, he does it. And Shameless takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, here he had the tools he needed, but he did overextend. He was not looking after his Observer, I should say. Not looking after it. It got revealed, and likewise, that 1 Archon, despite being very immobile, did shut it down. GG. GG well played. Shameless up 1-0, and Shameless, can he bring herO down and cause an upset and make it to the semifinals? Let's go. We're here for it. We are here for it. as we're getting ready for game number 2. Here we go. So players are setting up. Ooh, and again, a very intense PvP. Very intense. This series can still go either way. I would expect to see Shameless go for something a little bit different this time. It can be difficult to rely on something like DTs multiple times in the series, but there are other ways to approach this. We can go for 1 base all-ins, we can go for 2 base all-ins, we can still go for hidden tech. So we'll see what the plan is. Let's go. Go. Oh, as game 2 is going to be on ley lines. It's good to hear. It's shameless. It is shameless. It is shameless. It's crazy. So here we go. Getting into that second game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the player leading the series 1-0, already causing good developments here. And can he go all the way? Can he go the distance? Can he make it to the semifinals? For Team Little Fairy, it is Shameless. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And I do really love the idea of Shameless popping off here, just because for those that don't remember, Shameless, he was meant to be at Star Zagora. Star Zagora is starting tonight in less than 24 hours. Star Zagora will commence, of course. That is a big offline tournament happening in Bulgaria, and players are traveling from all around the world, from Korea, from Europa, from the Americas as well, all traveling to Star Zagora. And Shameless was meant to be there. It was meant to be there. But if you remember, unfortunately, because he did make it through the qualifiers, but due to visa issues, he was not able to actually make the trip. So unfortunately, Shameless, he had to forego his spot for Star Zagora, and as a result, the spot went to Geralt, the Polish Protoss. So he's going to be going instead. So it is going to be a really big opportunity for Geralt, but it means that Shameless, unfortunately, you know, at the end, deserving to be there, but due to visa issues, is unable to. So how better to make up for that than popping off in PiGosaur Monday? Or PiGosaur Cup, I should say. Let's go. So here we go. It is going to be a 2-gate opener here out of herO. So this time a standard opener out of herO, likewise 2-gate opener out of Shameless as well. Opening up 2 gates. Scarlett up 1-0 versus Cure. Let's go. That's really cool to hear. Again, that's happening over in the lower half of the bracket. I believe El Chanchito. Yeah, Steadfaster down there. Covering those matches. Depending on how fast or how slow our matches are, we might be able to cover the lower semifinals as well. Of course, as a reminder, we're going to be following this into ByuN first and covering the upper semis, but I believe like that should be faster, as in I believe the upper semis will commence first before the lower semis. So we might be lucky enough to cover both. We might cover both. For now, we do have our 2-gate opener into a Stargate before Nexus from herO. Meanwhile, Double Adept is moving out. He can throw in the shade into the bases. It's going to be on Shameless to keep up, and Shameless, he is in position. And he will wall. It does wall up in time. Very nice SimCity here out of Shameless, creating this avenue here. Creating this alleyway, I should say, where he can wall off. Astrea get in. He commits. Oh, he does commit in. Astrea going to be targeted down. They get 1, they get 2, they get up to 3. 3 probes do go down for both adepts. Likewise, hallucination does confirm the Oracle is on the way. Shameless is aware. Meanwhile, as herO did open Oracle, Shameless, he will have faster blink. So Twilight Council is faster, blink is going to be on the way. Oracle looking for another way in. Oh, not going to be forced back. Shameless is keeping up. I mean, well, I believe it was only a single Oracle. Yeah, only 1 Oracle opener. herO doesn't go for a second Oracle. Working towards Blink instead. Blink, it looks like it was a little bit delayed there for Shameless. So far, still just keeping up with the Oracle. Oh, speaking of, yeah, massive pick of the Oracle does go down. Ooh, and herO, his opener falls on its face. The Stargate, the Oracle achieves nothing across the map. Shameless having a much stronger start to the game. Much stronger. herO setting up a proxy across the map. Does go for the pylon. Hallucination to the main. We just see a second Oracle on the way for herO. He does cancel. Okay, a bit of a fake out. Does fake out the Oracle. Going for a 4th gate. Do you see what I see? I see almost a mirror of what happened last game. 2 base all in. It's going to be a 4-gate 2 base all in out of herO. Shameless moves out with the hallucination, and he will scout the proxy. Yeah, big moment here for Shameless. Does scout. Remember, Shameless is expanding. Shameless is expanding. herO is 2 base all in. Shameless, can he deny this proxy? Alas, he won't be able to. herO is moving in. And this is going to be a tough hold for Shameless. Now is the time to engage, though. This is a small period in time where Shameless has blink and herO does not. Ooh, 1 Stalker goes down. Mission control. The Shameless who dives in. Does go for the dive. Does chase herO down. Getting 1, getting 2 Stalkers, getting all 3. herO losing everything. Yeah, he gets caught with his pants down. At the same time, Adepts is shading in towards the bases. And Shameless, does he react in time? Does he warp in? Does recall. Does recall back home. Adepts, they do bust into the main. Probes are going to go down. But how many? So far, 2, 3, 4 probe kills, getting up to 5. Oh, not quite. Oh. Yeah, barely 5. Barely 5 workers go down. That is a good amount of damage. Remember, he was all in. He was all in. And he's still being hyper aggressive. This is still very close, very tense. Now, herO has blink. herO has blink. But he's pushing into shield batteries. Oh, Shameless with the dive. Does focus him down. Yeah, nice target firing. Better trade for Shameless. Oracle back in towards that natural. Uh-oh, nothing to defend. Recall's on cooldown. Shameless out of position. And probes are going down. Aye. Like right now, herO, he's desperate for damage, and he's finding it. With the Adepts, with the Oracle. herO, he's clawing his way back into this game, despite the earlier losses. Killing a lot of probes. As 6 more workers go down. And herO now has a worker lead. herO now ahead in probes. Likewise, an open engage here at the Shameless. Oh, it blinks in, but blinks into a greater army. Yeah, the Immortal's going to be targeted down. Yeah, the Immortal does fall. Rough trade there for Shameless. Oracle's going back in. Yeah, late reaction at Shameless. Stalker's pushing forward as well. Shameless is getting pulled apart. Yeah, it's getting pulled apart here. Immortals are going down. Stalkers as well. Shameless had a good start to this game, but alas, again, with all the harassment, with all the aggression out of herO, he has lost his lead. Shameless, he's lost his lead, papi. Aye. herO going for the kill. Takes down the Immortal. At this point, herO does have the higher Stalker counts. Bullying back the army. Picking off more Stalkers. And again, has the better economy as well. Now working towards charge. Charge on the way. Massive gateway explosion as well. So they do shade into the natural. Shade in. Let's just say they threaten the shade. From here, herO now getting a 4th base. Again, like herO, he's had a better economy for quite some time. So with that, getting into, or extending his economy, getting to a higher base count, getting to a higher gateway count as well. And then it's a mass charge lot. And herO just has the better composition here against Shameless. Unfortunately, Shameless, he has no Archons, he has no splash damage or charge lots of his own. So here he'll just have the superior economy, oh sorry, superior composition. Nice force field. Alright, nice control here out of Shameless. Does pull back, does pull away. Preserves his immortals. At the same time, over Adepte busts into the mineral line. Just pulling apart these into Shameless. herO attacking the Nexus. That was not ideal. Yeah, some wasted DPS out of herO. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't matter. He can waste some DPS. It's perfectly fine. Collapses on the main army. Gets into the mineral lines. Likewise, Adepte in the main. Stasis goes off. Shameless is getting torn apart. GG gets called. Everything's on fire. And herO, he will tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. But again, an impressive game out of Shameless. Like, Shameless, he had the better start. Like, straight up, Shameless, he was able to shut down the Adepts. He was able to catch the Stalkers. He scouted the proxies, scouted the all-in, faster 3rd base, better defense. Like, he shut down the first Oracle. Like, everything was going well for Shameless. And then everything just flipped on its head with herO shading into the mineral lines with his Oracles. He built up a 2nd Oracle as well, able to pull apart his opponent, and then catch out the Immortals, catch out the Stalkers. Like, herO just ramped up his aggression up to 11, and Shameless could not keep up. Could not keep up. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. And we'll see which way this goes. Again, this could still go either way. Of course, herO did come in as the heavy favorite, but Shameless, he has the potential to cause that upset. He's already taken a map. Let's see if he can take another. What is one more map, Happy? Let's go. Send it. Thank you for casting these games. Oh, thank you, Mitch Mouse. Thank you, Mitch Mouse Prime TV. Do appreciate it. Appreciate it. We go. Shameless won? How? Shameless, he's a solid player. He's solid. If you haven't watched him before, Shameless, he's a very young player from the European region. I think he just turned 18. Like a couple of weeks ago even. Like, he just turned 18. But a very young player, very young. And again, we have seen Shameless pop off before, like against some of these bigger names. Have seen him pop up. Currently 5.9k. I'm pretty sure he has an alt account, like a barcode. I'm pretty sure he's more than 6k. I'm like almost certain of that. But here we go. We're getting to the next series, getting to the next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself representing Team Little Fairy, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Shameless. That's for 19. There you go. There you go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Good. As we are going to be moving out, and we are setting up. And we'll see if herO does attempt to go for another economic opener. He has been mixing it up. Has been mixing it up. As we have our 2-gate opener out of herO, likewise 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Okay. So far so good. Both players are mirroring each other. From here we can go into double adept, a double stalker, or stalker sentry. We'll keep an eye on the initial units of choice here from our 2 players. We'll see how we open up. We'll see how aggressive or economic we plan on being. Here we go. So we are setting up for our expands. Again, both players looking to pylon block each other to make sure that we can delay the expansion for as long as possible. We are looking to delay. There's our pylon. So Shameless, he will delay the natural of herO. herO should be looking to do the same. As we had our Stalker Sentry opener out of Shameless and double Stalker out of herO. So hero's being more aggressive. Double Stalker into a 3rd and 4th Stalker, so very aggressive out of herO. He's rallying across the map. Stalker Sentry is more defensive, more economic, as it allows you to scout. As you can see here, Hallucination will confirm what hero's up to, but that won't help as much when it comes to the early game defense. And I'm a little bit concerned by the lack of shield battery here, as again, Shameless, he's in a bit of trouble. Okay, we'll have a force field. Does get the Nexus. herO pokes in. And remember, herO, he's still rallying. The rally gets spotted. And Shameless has to pull away. Does confirm the opener. Does confirm the setup. There's that shield battery, now in production. herO's moving in. And herO's setting up the proxy. Yeah, the proxy is being set up as well. herO, he is not stopping. He's not slowing down. He wants that Stalker. He wants a Sentry. He wants whatever he can get. And he will get the Sentry. Takes down the Sentry, takes down the Stalker as well. We do somewhat trade 1-1, but that's still a better trade for herO. As he gets another Stalker. And another Sentry. Get the shield battery, just too late. Yeah, shield battery was just a couple of seconds too late. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, some brutal losses there from Shameless, and herO, again, he's not stopping. He's still rallying. We have a proxy gateway as well. Force field locking down the Stalker. And the Stalker is going to fall. Shield battery, it only survives for so long. Only has energy for so long. And now we're down to 2 Stalkers. And the game may just end here and now. May just end here now. We do have the defensive warp in. Warping in a couple of Stalkers. But still a greater Stalker count for herO. Still has a larger army. Boys are being pulled. And again, Shameless, he just had a very... I don't know, lackluster start. He just wasn't taking it seriously, unfortunately. Even though he saw the Stalkers with his hallucination. Did see them. Didn't respect them. As 4 probes go down. Brutal force field. Brutal force field. Zoning back the army. And with that here, it just keeps warping in. And I don't see how Shameless can survive this, just because like he has two gateways. He has only 2 gateways. Like production wise, he just cannot surpass the production of herO. It's just a numbers game at this point. herO, he will just perpetually have the higher Stalker counts. And maybe not the way that we wanted the series to end, but it's what we get. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, herO, he opened up 2 gate into double Stalker, into a 3rd and 4th Stalker, into a proxy 3rd gateway, and just kept rallying Stalkers across the map. Shameless, he did see the Stalker reinforcements with this hallucination. Despite that, he chose to delay his shield battery. His shield battery was late, and as we saw, I mean, I say late in comparison to what he was seeing, and because of that, we saw that herO was able to snipe, was it 3 Stalkers and a Sentry? or was it 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries? But before the shield battery, I think it was 3 Stalkers, 3 Stalkers and a Sentry before the shield battery did complete. So some brutal pickoffs there just before the shield battery was done, and with that, he was just overwhelmed. Essentially, there was barely any defender's advantage for Shameless, and with that, herO does run away with it. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. herO does advance on to the semifinals, and we will be following herO into the next series. Meanwhile, a big shout to Shameless, because as I mentioned before, Shameless, he was supposed to be at Star Zagora. You know, he was supposed to be at the offline event. Unfortunately, he won't be going, but despite that, he's a really good player, and hopefully more people take note of him, as again, we do cast Shameless on a pretty regular basis. He is a very active player in the online tournament scene. He plays on a weekly basis in events like this, in the Sparkling Tuna Cups as well. And again, he's a player worth paying attention to. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting to our next series. We're getting ready for our next matchup. It is going to be a best of 3 between herO and ByuN. Let's go. Oh, right. I should get ready for that. Uh-oh. It's a little bit concerning. As we are switching on over. Beautiful. We are switching on over here to the Korean region, as of course our next series is going to be herO versus ByuN. Not in the Americas, but on Korea. I was just a little bit concerned because I was just yapping away, and then I just realized, oh, where did everyone go? It's like, oh, they're on Korea. Oh, they're gone, baby, they're gone. So I just didn't want to get left behind. But we should be okay. Yeah, we found our players. We're good. We are good. Otherwise, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up on the rest of the brackets. Here we go. As the bracket has been progressing, looks like Kyo versus Scarlett still ongoing. Looks like they are still mid-series facing off in the lower quarterfinals. That's a long series. Meanwhile, we have Max versus Cham also mid-series as well, as we are ready with our upper semifinals. Again, as I mentioned before, because our matches have been faster, because we're getting into the upper semis faster as well, it means that we most likely will be able to catch the lower semifinals as well. Maybe like mid-series, like a game 2 or a game 3. But it looks like we might be able to catch both. Maybe. If everything lines up. O sea, hello, Flipper Flatcheck. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. But Vitas are underway. So we're going to be going on a short break here. I've never seen you button a shirt, but you still look great. I mean, I still haven't. It's hard. What kind of animal buttons up a shirt, baby? Oh my god. But yes. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have a next series. See you soon. When we come back, herO versus ByuN. Coming at you next. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finales of the PiGosaur Cup number 34. It's been an intense broadcast so far. We have finally made it here to our top 4 players, and we have our current best of 3 available. Let's go. Let's jump in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylands, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Green Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3 semifinals. Let's go. Let us go. Coming into this, of course, herO is the #1 seed of the tournament for a reason, but there are some key players out there that can stop him. Players like ByuN, of course. ByuN does stand in his way, and we'll see if ByuN can bring him down. Behind this, double gas opener out of ByuN into a faster factory. Now, if you were here yesterday, or I guess if you were here on Monday, then you would know that these two did face off earlier in the week as well in the Wardy TV Monday, and it was like a 10-minute best of 3. I think ByuN, he proxy 2x maraudered game 1. Yes, if you remember that game, that was chaotic. If you remember, it was on this map as well. It was hero's proxy 2x marauder out of ByuN. herO went for a low ground wall. He went for a low ground pylon into gateway, and he was so exposed. And they were chatting to each other. I think herO he was like TTing, like he was like doing the crying emoji, and then ByuN was like having fun. And then ByuN messed up. He miscontrolled, and herO won the game. It was like I guess like, herO should not have won that game. But yeah, that was on Monday. This time no proxy though. This time no proxy. This time we're calming down. Still an aggressive opener, but we're settling in. And likewise, it was in the next game where I want to say that herO did pull ByuN apart. But now we have the rematch. Right now it's 2 days later, and we'll see how our players will change their approach. But if you did miss out, I do recommend checking out the VOD of the herO versus ByuN series. Again, it's very short. It's like a 10-minute series. That was on Monday. It was very chaotic. But behind this, we do see ByuN scouting, checking for any proxies on the left-hand side. Does open up with the reactor on the rack. So it opens up a double Reaper, Hellion, then into add-ons, into reactor and a tech lab. From here, we can go into Cyclone production. We can go into a Cyclone drop. We can go into an add-on top instead. Our eyes are on this setup of ByuN. As for now, he moves out. With Reaper Hellion, the goal here is to try to get some economic damage done. herO, he does scout, does get across the map, does get eyes on the production, on the tech labs. And he's secure back at home. Sentry, Adept, Shield Battery as well. He has Force Fields if need be. ByuN does rotate towards the main, but hero's keeping up. But does keep up. Reaper's back into the main base. Shield Battery's in position. herO is secure. Shield Battery both in the main and in the natural. And we are following this up with not a Cyclone drop, but with a Widowmine drop. Despite the Tech Lab, this is the thing about the Tech Lab follow-up, is that you can hide your build just because you don't really know if you're even making a Cyclone. This time was a Widowmine into drop play, into add-on swap, into Raven or Banshee. Show us what you got. As Widowmine is moving out across the map. Raven. Okay, standard follow-up here. Raven into tank production. Standard setup here out of ByuN is still being very assertive and is still hoping for some economic damage, but has found nothing so far. Again, this was a big investment into extra Reapers and the Hellion. Otherwise, we could have skipped all of this. ByuN is at least containing herO. True, he's at least forcing herO to stay back at home, but not getting much more than that. Hallucination confirms to have, I believe that's a fake upgrade. I believe this is meant to fake out Cloak Banshee. Rushing into Interference Matrix in this meta of TVP, it's not a thing. I guess it's not a thing. This used to be a build like maybe 2 years ago, back on the site Delta map pool, but not anymore. As we do pull away. Again, here he is getting a safety. Oh, I mean, he's building up his observers. You can see here getting in position for a Banshee play. Of course, we know there are no Banshees. Here it does expand. Working towards charge, +1, standard follow-up here, going to +1 in charge lots, eventually into Colossus or Storm, eventually. ByuN does move out. Now, because of the faked Cloak Banshee, what does that mean? That means that we have an observer on the right and we have an observer on the left. The observers are in position to scout a Banshee, which means they're out of position to scout a move out. So, again, so far, that mind game has really paid off for ByuN. Otherwise, this should have been seen, it should have been spotted. Right now, herO has no idea what's coming his way. Blue Station moves out, but the army was missed. ByuN's moving in. herO, he will spot this. But can he deal with this? The Raven is revealed, now he knows. And now he's aware. Warps in a couple of Stalkers. Tanks a Sieger within range. Oh, brutal siege position here. Here he has to go for the dive. He gets one tank. Auto towers, they punish the dive. He will barely get both tanks. Bleeding out a lot of soldiers in the process. A lot of soldiers do go down. Takes down the medevac. And herO he holds. Whew. Like a very decisive move here out of herO. It was a rough decision to go for the dive the way that he did, but he had to, and he did take down both tanks, the Raven, not the Raven, both tanks, the medevac, and the army. Whew. And with that, herO, he saves the third. A lesser player would have been more tentative there, and they would have just lost the base. They would have just lost the expansion. So clutch defense there by herO, takes the gases, and herO takes the lead. That was a big investment. Like, looking at the losses here, that was a big investment for ByuN, losing both tanks, the medevacs, and all those marines. He does get 5 Stalkers, but ideally, he wanted the base. He wanted the expansion. So really rough trade there for ByuN. With that, here he spots the Raven. He wants it. Up, up, up. Never mind. He goes to get it though. Here we do have that blink. Ooh, dives in. One more volley. Raven goes down. At the same time, ByuN going for a double drop. That means there's less at home to defend. No bunker. No bunker. So greedy. So greedy here. He's boosting across the map. At the same time, here he warps in, charge is done, and there's nothing at home. There's nothing here. These Marauders and Marines, like, they may as well not be here. GG gets called, and herO, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. herO, he will take the game, he'll take a lead in the series. Again, ByuN, there was a lot going on there, and I really do love what he did. The fake Cloak Banshee, right, the fake out, and he was able to get across the map unscouted. Despite that, herO had a really good reaction, a really good response, a really quick reaction as well, to be able to warp in Stalkers, commit, dive on the tanks as well. It was costly, but it was worth it. And from there, herO took a lead. ByuN, there was a lot of pressure on ByuN to recover in some way, so he did decide to go for the drop. He did decide to commit to the drop across the map. He was cutting corners, no bunker. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO will take a lead. And now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. I think ByuN is way behind. Yes, as we mentioned during the cast, we did emphasize that ByuN, his goal there was to break the base, or at least get economic damage done, and he failed to do so. Did mention. And here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0, it is herO. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. Here we go. Hello, SCV. What's going on? As ByuN does go for a fake proxy Rax. Okay, bold move here. Is he going for a fake? Wait, what? Is he going for a fake proxy 2 Rax? Which kind of makes it like a real proxy. Like, what does that? Okay, let's go. The second Rax is going to be on the way. So interesting setup here by ByuN. It's going to be a fake out, but also real aggression, is what I will say, as this is going to be 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper out of ByuN, still on his side of the map, but something that I should emphasize, welcome to Torches. Torches is the second most vetoed map in the map pool. The first is Last Fantasy, second is Torches. Torches has a short rush distance by ground, very short by ground. So even though technically this is on ByuN's side of the map, this is still going to be a lot faster here, and this is still very aggressive, and this can still get damage done. Now, I'm not too fond of the idea of playing Reaper here, just because, as you can see, there's no way into the main, outside of the natural. Like, unlike on other maps, you can't, like, rotate back and forth between the natural and the main base as easily. Here you have to go through the natural area, the natural location, so your Reaper production, your Reaper movement is a little bit more limited here on torches, but aggressive nonetheless. Here he doesn't even probe scout. I like how ByuN, he's like doing all these twists and turns. Here doesn't even send a probe across the map, by the way. Here doesn't care what you're doing. But we'll see if that punishes Hero. For now, cornering out the initial Stalker, and we'll see how well Hero can react to the Reapers of ByuN. Let's go. As we have a safety shield battery already on the way. Again, because Hero's playing blind, he's playing safe. This will benefit him. As ByuN is expanding. ByuN pulling away. It looks like he's only going up to 3 Reapers, so he's not committing to like up to 6 Reapers or anything like that. So yeah, only 3. Only 3 Reapers. Does move out. And Hero, he's ready for this. He has that shield battery. Shield battery's in position. Nice movement out of Hero. Does zone away. And does defend. So, despite the chaotic build here of ByuN, Hero, he shuts it down initially, but we're not done yet. Going for the mineral line. Does go for the probes. Gets one. Barely not. It does slip into the main. The main base is exposed. No shield battery. Probes are finally going down. Getting 1 probe, getting up to 2. Can we get 3? Oh! It's going to be close, but it lasts barely 3. And so far, that's a 1-to-1 trade. 3 Reapers for 3 probes. I would say that is a better trade for Hero. As ideally, you want more than just a 1-to-1 trade with your Reaper aggression. Behind this, we do have our 2-1-1 follow-up here. Sorry, I should say 3-1-1. Faster third racks, late starport. This is looking a little bit more like a 2-base all-in. Hallucination does go in, does confirm the production, gets eyes on the building racks, and gets eyes on the other racks, confirms Marauder production as well. Hero sees everything he needs to. The one thing he doesn't see is the eBay for the +1 timing, but again, this does look like the setup for a 2-base all-in. Whether we pull the boys or not, yet to be determined. We'll see if ByuN does get a starport. Now, this is a risky maneuver by Hero. He's pushing, and I say it's risky because Concussive Shell is done, right? Like, this army is built to catch a couple Stalkers. There's more than a couple, but the tank is also in position. Colossus will tank. And shot goes off, and we have to get the hell out of here. Ooh, 1 Stalker goes down. Again, Hero just face-checking with his army. Was not worth it. So, nice pickup here by ByuN. Behind this, extra gateways on the way. Hero now does rescouts, confirming there is a starport. Starport is on the way. That means that this doesn't have to be an all-in. It means that ByuN can macro out of this. As ByuN, he should not be pushing yet. He should be waiting for Stim and +1. So waiting for the upgrades, then he can just send it across the map. Behind this, Hero claiming a 3rd, working towards charge, working towards +1. Does scout the setup. From here, he can maybe pick away the depot. Oh, not quite. He can get it though. Okay, nicely done. Depot does go down, barely out of range of the tank. Ooh, barely out of range. And charge should be done in time for the push. Should be. As again, it's all on Hero to slow this down. Hallucination does dip in. Does threaten, or does get a scout. Stim is now finishing, and ByuN should be pushing. Looks like going for a double drop instead. Okay. Does move out of the double drop, getting behind the Stalker army. Let's go. Getting ready for the surround. Hero, he does notice. Yeah, does notice, does pull away.
Research complete.
Again, that would have been disastrous if he had stuck around. As ByuN fails to catch the army. Ooh, misrally there out of Hero. Bleeds out a Stalker. Every Stalker counts. We need those Zealots. We need those Warp-ins. As ByuN has a terrifying army. He's got Stim +1. Soon to be Combat Shields. He has Concussion Shield as well. Tactile Siege. Ooh. Here it does force the early Siege. Double jump into the main. And here he does have a Warp-in. Does have a somewhat of an army in position. Despite that, Stalkers are being targeted, losing 1, 2, 3 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. And likewise, here he drags the entire army into the main. But ByuN doesn't take advantage. Yeah, ByuN pulls away. ByuN pulls away. Pulls back home. Storm is done. If ByuN tried to push in, he'd just lose. He'd just lose the army, I should say. So he does back up. Now, this is such a difficult third base to claim. Like, it's so out in the open here. It's so exposed. And we'll see if ByuN can pull off the defense. I'm loving the pre-spread, the pre-splits. Storms are coming in. And so far, a juicy storm here on the main army. Another storm goes up. But here, again, the spread should be good enough here for ByuN. Should be able to hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. Oh, tank is exposed. Yeah, tank is exposed. Tank goes down. There's still, what, 4 storms available. That Templar exposed. Here were the charge bullets. Oh my god, late storms. Oh my, but the storms are brutal. The storms are crazy. The army does melt, and looks like here he might have enough. It's still so very close. Does hunt down the Marauders. There's 3 Marauders left. Yeah, and the third base is broken. Again, the attack was a little bit haphazard there, but here did take the fight. And with that fourth, getting a 4th expansion, maintains control of the low ground. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A strong showing there by herO. Again, ByuN was quite aggressive, both in game 1 and in game 2, but herO was able to shut down that aggression both times. I would say a stronger showing by herO in the first game, very strong showing. herO was a little bit more back and forth. There were definitely some moments for ByuN when it came to his drop play, when it came to his drop play, I would say, when it came to his setup, but as we saw... Oh, my apologies. Did we change the format? Am I crazy? Okay, never mind. Okay, I didn't realize this. We have a best of 5. Did this happen last week? I think we missed out on PiGosaur Cup last week, right? Am I crazy? No, last week was the best of 3. Okay, let's go. let's go. We're going the distance, Pat. We're going the distance. I don't even know if we're meant to go the distance. Did the admins know about this? Hold on. Okay. So I just checked the Discord. Format note: we are considering a switch to a best of 5 semifinals for PiGosaur Cup if the total number of participants is not greater than 32. That's what the post said, and I'm pretty sure we had more than 32. We had 37. Oh, sorry, we had 37 signups. I think we had 33 players, but sure, let's go all the way. Send it, baby, send it. I wouldn't be surprised if the lower semifinals is the best of 3, but it's fine. In the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 2-0. It is a herO. Yo, I would not turn away a game on Last Fantasy. True, let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is a ByuN. So, do you guys want to know a fun fact? If you guys don't know a fun fact here, So we're settling in. Because I don't think anyone... I don't think this is meant to be a best of 5. By the way, I don't think that's meant to be happening. All the other casters already left because they assumed that the series was over. Like, we stepped in and we stayed on the Korean server just because we were talking. All the other casters left, and then herO posted the lobby. It's like, oh, okay, I guess we're still going. And let's go. Meanwhile, yo, a shout out to Flipper Flapjack in the chat. God, my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Flipper Flapjack, for the gifted sub to the community, to Fractal Cactal. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, we appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, thank you. As we have a treat here, we have at least one more game. At least one more. As herO, he does open up, he does scout, he does confirm the location of ByuN. Behind this CC on the high ground, single gas opener, so racks expand, economic start out of ByuN. And herO playing it safe. Excellent casting, literally live 24/7. Ah, true. Smooch. It does mean I have very little time for anything else. I would love to be able to stream more often and ladder more often, but you know, the casting comes first. Casting comes first. We put in the work, man. We put in the work. Put in all the work. If we don't, who will? Who will? If we weren't here, literally no one would be casting this game. Literally no one. So we're here for the games, for the soccer, for the people, man. For the people. We're here for it. I'm ready to experience ByuN and herO on Lost Fantasy. Let's go. So now we do have our blink base opener. We have a 3-gate setup, so 3-gate blink out of herO. Maybe get a little support because you've been holding it down. Oh, thank you. Regardless of the support, you know, we'll always be there. Always be there. You know, we had this casting schedule, you know, what, 4 or 5 years ago. We were getting like on average like maybe 30 viewers. Still casting every day. Like the lack of or the abundance of viewers. We still cast every day. Cast every day. All the content. But thank you. As behind this, we are going to be setting up. ByuN initially going for the drop. So far is deflected. So far is denied. And we do have our eventual 3-1-1 setup. Nothing too crazy here. Nothing crazy. I like how this is the game where ByuN plays safe and gets a bunker. in game 3. Let's go. I mean, it is Lost Fantasy. But ByuN just turtling up, or I should say setting up back at home. Tank production. Bunker as well. Is securing himself. Ooh, it is difficult to stay hidden here as the medevac does go down. For those that are inexperienced on Lost Fantasy, it is a 3-player small map, but look at all these air blockers. Again, there is so little room to hide a medevac here. There's no room behind the natural, there's no room in between the natural and the main, and again, limited room in between the bases as well. For those that are curious, these red fences here are air blockers. They're air blockers, so they do not allow anything to get past, which means this map is smaller than it looks like, because this entire area here is untraversable. Like, you cannot get here, even with teleport, even with BCs, you cannot get to the corners of the map. So it is a much smaller map. So yeah, it's very, very small, very tight, and there's very little like area here for units to hide. As Raven Harass is coming in. Here it does have a spotter pylon. Pylon will confirm. And here once again, just opening a blink into a third base into Storm and Charge. I believe late upgrades though. Yeah, no forge, so delayed +1. That's the one thing that we're missing here for herO, is later upgrades. As he will lose 1 probe. Just the 1. behind this ByuN. He is secure here on his 2 bases. We have 2 more Maxes on the way. I believe a 3rd CC as well. So ByuN is not going for a 2 base all-in. ByuN is expanding, getting a 3rd. Building up. Building up. ByuN does fan out with more draw play. Really interesting expansion location here by herO. We do often see players expand on towards the top side, which is a little bit more closer to the bases, a little bit more condensed. But no, we're expanding over towards the south side instead, a little bit more spread out as a result, more exposed. And it looks like ByuN for the most part is aware. Does move in. Here does step forward. Who said this was best of 3? If you remember, I did actually address this earlier. I did address this. I was talking about how in the Discord post they were discussing, the organizers were discussing and turning the semifinals into a best of 5. As ByuN does pull away. But I did address this. But yes, it is dependent on the amount of signups. And I'm pretty sure this is still meant to be a best of 3. But you know, the players, they agreed. And you know what? Who am I to deny them Last Fantasy? Who am I? Let's go. We had over 32 signups. Yes, I did mention that we have 33, I believe. Did mention that we have over 32 signups. As from here, we are going for double Robo Colossus production. 2nd Robo is on the way. So we're getting there. As he is setting up a Zealot Ramai, does move out towards the left-hand side. Likewise, ByuN is just securing himself. Now, we spoke about this earlier when it comes to Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy, one of the big features here is how defendable it is. It is very difficult to break a 4-basing player. There are a lot of choke points, a lot of ramps, a lot of elevation. Pushing up any of these areas here is just insanely difficult. We'll see if herO can pull it off. As we do see tanks not quite in position. herO does find a way in. EMPs are brutal though. EMP on the Stalkers. Yes, Storm's not quite ideal. The army does come in from multiple angles though, getting on top of the tank. But Last doesn't bring it down. And here he pulls away. ByuN holds. ByuN does hold. Here he backs off. He rotates, still trying to force his way in. Better Storm. Yeah, Storm on the buyer takes out both tanks. Yeah, both tanks are down. Brutal Storm here on the Ghost as well. The boys are being pulled into Colossus. Yeah, still one more Colossus remaining. SCVs are going down, and there's barely an army. There's barely an army left here for ByuN. Here he will overwhelm. He will break through. And despite having an awkward engagement, pushing up these ramps, pushing into the army, he still overwhelms. GG gets called, and herO will claim the series 3-2. GG. Whew. Sorry, 3-0. GG, well played. With that, herO, he will claim the series. Again, we did get an extra game out of them, so I do appreciate that. Do appreciate that we got a little bit more, and we got to see them on Last Fantasy as well. GG, well played. With that, we now have our first finalist. herO does advance on to the grand finals, and the question becomes, who's waiting for him? Who is waiting for him in those finals? Let's go. As Scarlett takes down Cure 2-0, and I believe they're playing out on the America server. Scarlett up against Max in the semifinals. As I mentioned earlier, our series was a lot faster to conclude, which means we should be able to cover both semifinals, at least somewhat. As looks like they're 6 minutes into their game. Okay, they are 6 minutes in, and let's see if they're in game 1, 2, or 3. They're in game 2. Okay, good. They're in game. Now, can we coalesce them to turn it into a best of 5 to keep it even with the upper semis? Can we convince them for more games? Oh. Here we go. As, again, we do have MaxPax currently up 1-0. Currently up 1-0 versus Scarlett. Because of that, we might not be able to actually jump in mid-series. We might not be able to catch game number 2. Sorry, I mean, we won't catch game 2. We might not catch game 3. Depends. If Scarlett can win this game, then, of course, they can force the ace match. Currently, they are going to be playing a best of 3. Unless we can convince them otherwise. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. But otherwise, we might be following the winner of this series into herO. So we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be herO versus MaxPax in the finals or the ace match between MaxPax and Scarlett. Let's go. Also, if anyone was watching Scarlett versus herO, I'd love to know what happened there. I would love to know how this series did turn out, and the style of our two players. Very interested. Here we go. But otherwise, we have some downtime. Otherwise, we do have some downtime here. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back... Oh god, jeez. When we come back... Yo, Scarlett actually not looking too bad here. Hold on. Let's have a look. Scarlett's going for 3-base all-in. Okay, so Scarlett, she's 3-basing all-in MaxPax on Incorporeal. Okay, and it might work. It might work. It's looking quite close. Best of luck. Best of luck. For now, oh my god, as she does get into natural. For now, we're gonna be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll be back with the next series, either with the next series or with the ace match. As Scarlett is currently all-inning, so best of luck. For now, again, we'll be going on that break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with our next game. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the PiGosaur Cup 34 semi-finals, as we have some results coming in. If you missed out, I was just checking it out over on Enki's stream, but Scarlett versus MaxMax, they are tied up 1-1. It is going to be a best of 3, not a best of 5, of course. It was meant to be a best of 3 to begin with, and they're going to the ace match. We, of course, are going to be a part of it. We are jumping in mid-series into the ace match. For those that missed out, for those that didn't quite catch game 2 at least, it was on Incorporeal. Scarlett went for a 3-base all-in, cut workers at 66, between 66 and 60. Did cut workers, went for a Ling Hydra all-in, and MaxMax barely couldn't hold on. But big credit to Scarlett, because it wasn't just about the all-in clashing and breaking the bases, but time and time again, Scarlett was able to sit by, and MaxMax was doing his best hero impression. Time and time again, the wall was open at the natural, and Lings, they flooded in, I want to say 2 or 3 times into the bases, and just completely annihilated the mineral lands and the economy of MaxMax. So really impressive play there by Scarlett in game 2, and now we're jumping into the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxMax, the best Protoss in Europa. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlett. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As a reminder, of course, this is a best of 3, and this is basically a prediction for the final game. We're looking into Pylon. Now, what I will say is that Scarlett going for the 3-base all-in on Incorporeal might be telling of her plans on Pylon. Pylon is known for aggression. Pylon favors 2 and 3 base all-ins quite heavily. It is more difficult to defend on Pylon than it is on other maps, so aggression is on the table here. But the question becomes, do you want to go for the same build 2 games in a row, right? Do you want to go for another 3-base all-in after it's succeeding on Incorporeal? That I'm less certain of, so we'll see what kind of build Scarlett decides to go for this time. Keep an eye on Scarlett, as Scarlett does hatch block across the map. So with this is not a cheese, this is not aggressive, this is designed to block the expansion and delay the economy of MaxMax back at home hatchery. So it's going to be a hatch into pool opener out of Scarlett, delayed gas. So later gas geyser. This will force out a second gateway. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, MaxMax's economy is going to be delayed, that is true, but in the response, we're going to have 2 gates, 2 zealots, 2 adepts. It's going to be a lot of units early on, and after this hatchery is dealt with, MaxMax will counterattack, and that counterattack is going to hit like a truck. It's going to be up to Scarlett to defend with slowlings and with a handful of queens. So that's what I'm most curious by. Here we go. So again, we are setting up. We are setting up. There is a cancellation. Scarlett does pull away, and it is going to be 1 zealot and 2 adepts. Okay, so 1 zealot, 2 adepts. The counterattack is upon us. Scarlett going for a spine crawler as a part of the defense. That's a very strong reaction here from Scarlett. But again, again, this is dangerous. Like, double adept and zealot this early on is very dangerous. Scarlett taking it seriously. Adept does poke in. The spine crawler is now done. Is done in time. We'll zone away at least these zealots. Adepts are threatening a shade. They threaten a shade into the bases. Scarlett is droning. And that's what the spine crawler does provide, is it does provide Scarlett to just drone up. Saturates. Ooh, as the queen does overextend. Takes a bunch of damage. So far, so good. Ooh, so far, so good. MaxMax getting here on the right hand side. Scarlett does react in time, does pull away. Lings, they collapse in. Shot goes off. Scarlett defends. Behind this, going for the Stargate, going for the Oracle follow-up. The queen count is still relatively low, but we're getting up to the 4th queen. We're expanding. The spores have not yet been thrown down, so the Oracle has potential for damage, and MaxMax opening up Oracle into Void Ray. Interesting. With this Void Ray can deny vision, and MaxMax, we have seen MaxMax go Glaive Adepts in the past, could do it again. As link speed is now done. Spore in the main. 3 queens at the natural. As your Oracle takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. So far, better defense out of Scarlett. Meanwhile, ooh, this Spore was delayed by a couple of seconds. Spore was delayed. Oracle looking for a way in. He's looking for a way. Likewise, oh, does get into the mineral line. Scarlett saves the drones. So far, so good, but does shade into the natural. And again, Scarlett so far will lose 1 drone. 1 worker goes down, just the one. Adepts are dealt with. And with that, Scarlett holds. Scarlett does hold. Scarlett does shut this down. Nice defense here from Scarlett. Cleans up the Adepts. Does clean up, does force us back. So far, the Oracle does dip in, gets 1 drone. And the game progresses. Okay. Whew, we can take a moment. We can take a moment to breathe here. Up until this point, it was very tense, and MaxPax was threatening for damage, but honestly, MaxPax didn't really get much done. I mean, did trade against Lings. True. A lot of Lings did go down for 5 Adepts, so in that sense, MaxPax was efficient, but MaxPax also had a very late natural base. So economically, MaxPax has been in a rough place, now claiming a 3rd. Likewise, Scarlett also joining up in 3 bases. My big concern, though, does Scarlett join up any further than this? We should be seeing a 4th base for Larva. There is the Hydra Den. Scarlett is going Ling Hydra, but I mentioned before that Scarlett did go for a 3-base all-in, cutting workers at 66. We'll see if she does the same here as well. This map will favor that kind of style. So Scarlett joining up to 67. Does get up to 3-base saturation. Gases are now being saturated. Double Oracle here in towards the natural. And we'll get a drone. We'll get 1 worker. Lings are building up. Void Ray looking to deny the 4th. Hydra upgrades on the way. Scarlett, she's not joining up any further. And again, personally, I don't expect to see any more drones from Scarlett. Oh, but that's going to be an early charge timing at a max. Actually didn't go into blink. No blink, early charge, early timing. No Bailey's, no Roaches of defense. Scarlett's in trouble. Yeah, Scarlett's being hard countered. Ay. Yeah, cheeky build here by MaxPax. Does go for the charge timing. Hydras are exposed. And without Bailey's, without Roaches, Scarlett, it's not possible to hold here. Yeah, the Hydras are going down. Lings as well. Everything melts before the charge lots. And GG gets called. GG gets called. MaxPax will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. This was my concern about going for the same build 2 games in a row. Again, game 2, Scarlett went for a Ling Hydra all-in. Here was setting up for a Ling Hydra all-in. And what counters that? Early charge. The reason for this is because this build specifically requires a Zerg player to skip Banelings and to skip Roaches. And without any of those 2 key units, charge lots, there's nothing to stop them. There's nothing to stop them. There's nothing to shut them down. So a very decisive follow-up there from MaxPax, expecting and assuming that Scarlett would be skipping that tech. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, MaxPax, he will claim the series, will advance on into the finals, and we have a PvP finals coming up ahead of us. But a big shout to Scarlett for, again, forcing the ace match against MaxPax. MaxPax is the best Protoss player in all of Europe, so for Scarlett to actually force the ace out of MaxPax, I mean, that's impressive. It's very impressive. So very impressive performance there as we are now getting ready for our best of 5. MaxPax with this build from Classic at Dream Dallas that works against Cyril. This build has been around for over a year. Like, it's not... it was not debuted at Dream Dallas. It's been around for... They've been doing it for a long time. It's been around for a long time. But yeah, it's basically just a way to punish someone that skips roaches and skips failings. Here's a way to punish. And here we go. As vetoes are underway. And we'll be back soon with our grand finals. This should actually be a best of 5, and these two players often go back and forth. I would say that herO currently has been looking more in form. I mentioned this before, but for the past like 2 months now, I would say that herO did kind of like break past that barrier, and now there's a clearer distance between herO and Max. In saying that though, they do still trade back and forth, and I do not expect a 3-0 in either direction. I expect a game 4, I expect a game 5, and this can still go either way, so we'll see. We'll see as we are jumping into our grand finals. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have that PvP finals up next. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. The grand finals here of PiGosaur Cup number 34. It's been an intense tournament so far. We have made it here to our top 2 to our 2 Protoss competitors, and they often go back and forth. We're here to determine our champion. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Max. And if you're in the chat, it's time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a best of 5 grand finals. We have the 2 best Protoss players in the world facing off, and they often have some banger matches. Often a lot of mind games, often a lot of unique variations, unique builds against each other. Often a lot of chaos. I do not expect a single standard game, by the way, at all. Let's go. But now we have the low ground setup here for the Gate Cyber Expand. Meanwhile, herO should be doing the same. Yep, Gate Cyber Expand. As we have mentioned many times over the past, how long? 7 months. Over the past 7 months, Gate Cyber Expand openers have also been more common here. As herO, he attempts to go for the Nexus, and he does get a Gate Expand. herO, he will have the more economic build, and MaxFax, it's going to be him to punish the economy of herO, as MaxFax force thrown out of the Cyber Core into a delayed Nexus. So again, this is often the dynamic we see between the 2 players. There we go. MaxFax now catching up, does go for his Nexus. We do skip our Stargate, but Stargates are still viable here as a follow-up. This could still be the beginning of Phoenix Wars. Oh boy. So again, herO, he does have the slightly better economy. MaxFax, he will have the faster Adept. Slightly. Now, we do still expect MaxFax to go into a Stargate. We'll see if herO also goes Stargate. That's what I'm most curious by. And do we end up Stargate versus Stargate? Do we go into Phoenix Wars or not? We don't have to head in that direction, but it is more often than not the case. There it is, Stargate. Sorry, Phoenix Wars. So again, there was a slim chance that we wouldn't end up in Phoenix Wars, but Phoenix Wars are upon us. Again, this is the standard follow-up that we should expect, and I'm not gonna lie, but this is probably not the last time we see Phoenix Wars here between these 2 players in this series. It's probably gonna happen at least once more. But here we go. Phoenix Wars are upon us. Basically, because both players are opening up Stargates, and because both players scout each other, both players should be making Phoenixes, and they should not stop making Phoenixes. If you stop, you die. Now, MaxFax, he actually hasn't confirmed. There is a chance that MaxFax may open Oracle, which would be dangerous. What do you have for us? What's it going to be? Again, it is Phoenix for herO, and MaxFax should be making Phoenix. There we go. Phoenix is also on the way. Again, MaxFax, he does not have confirmation, but he reads this well. Again, he saw the economic opener. There is a very high chance, like 90+%, that herO would be going Stargate as well. So Phoenixes are amassing. Now, when it comes to Phoenix Wars, as we actually get into the main, we get into the main base. MaxFax shouldn't be able to capitalize on this. Shouldn't be able to, as one probe goes down. But as we get into Phoenix Wars here, there's going to be a couple of big power spikes for our players. There we go. First one, second Stargate. MaxFax going for a much faster second Stargate. herO, where's his second Stargate? There it is. Now it's on the way. But as you can see here, there's a small window in time where MaxFax will be up a Phoenix. Defensively, I should say, he'll be up a Phoenix by like half of one, or by 1. Because of the way the timings work, if he moves out across the map, herO should be able to catch up with it when it comes to that Phoenix. So there's a slight difference, a slight disparity. But there are also ways to try to outposition your opponents as another Adept gets in. But if your opponent's being a little bit too aggressive and too active, you can try to wedge yourself in between the army and the production. You can try to catch a Phoenix. Being down a Phoenix can cost you a fight and can cost you the game. Everything can just snowball very quickly out of control. We can see herO here on the right hand side looking to shade into the bases, but MaxFax has a full wall. He is fully walled off. There's no way in for these Adepts. The next big power spike. Oh, hey, never mind. He does push himself out. Okay, MaxFax, he's got some moves. Does break free, does expand to get a third base. The next big power spike is going to be the Fleet Beacon timing, Fleet Beacon and Phoenix range. We can see here throwing down pylons all over the place, trying to get a read on where his opponent is to react to respond. Pylons are a big part of Phoenix Wars because Phoenixes don't shoot down. So these buildings, they're here to stay. Unless you force out a Zealot. So there we go. Zealot's on the way for Max. The goal of this one Zealot is to pick away and clean up all these pylons. The Phoenix count is even. Max is stacked. Yeah, here he cannot push in. He cannot push into this. Not like this. He cannot take a head-on fight. He should back off. Yeah, does pull away. Does retreat. Whew. And we back off from each other. Meanwhile, there's our Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon's on the way. So again, faster Phoenix range for Max. He's one step ahead when it comes to his third base and when it comes to his Fleet Beacon as well. Just one step ahead. Not the biggest step, but a step nonetheless. And again, stacking is so crucial when it comes to these engagements. Just because if you do fight without stacking, half your Phoenixes don't even shoot. They won't even fire. So stacking is paramount. Max staying pinned back at home. herO looking for any stray units. It looks like he will find a probe. One probe goes down. He's trying to bait the army to fight into Guardian Shield. Cheeky move out of herO. As this is a bait. Sentry's revealed, and now Max knows. Oh my god, herO. Does run a dive. Ooh, we'll lose a Phoenix. Yeah, one Phoenix goes down already. That's a rough start. Very rough start. And herO, he will chase, but I believe herO will not win this fight. Yeah, it was just a really rough start to the fight, really rough start to the engagement. And Max he will overwhelm into a win. Every Phoenix goes down. GG gets called, and Max takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG well played. Again, herO, to lose that first Phoenix before the fight began, that was game. That was game then and there. When it comes to Phoenix Wars, every Phoenix count, and losing one Phoenix, that will cost you the fight. The reason why herO committed there is because he already lost a Phoenix, so it was already game. Like, it was like, I mean, he already lost a Phoenix, so may as well. With that, GG well played. Again, you cannot afford a mistake like that. You cannot lose a Phoenix like that. And with that, we're now getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. And as I mentioned before, I do expect to see more Phoenix Wars in this series. Not every game, not by any means, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see it at least once more in this best of 5. We could see it in game 3, game 4, game 5. We'll see if we can get there. For now, though, we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is going to be coming up next. Ooh. Is coming up next. He never gets range. He does. He does. We have seen herO get range before, plenty of times on the channel. Has done so. And here we go, we're now getting to our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, representing Series 1 to 0. It is Max. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Down in the series, and we'll see if he can recover, we'll see if he can bounce back. Max he will go for the same opener. He's going for the Gate Cyber Expand. herO, we'll see if he goes for a Gate Expand again. Does he go for another faster base, or does he respond with an all-in, or does he go for a mirrored build? As just because herO is setting up on the high ground does not mean he's going to Gate. Like last game I should say, we saw Gate Expand, which herO does like to mix in. Does like to mix in. Meanwhile, there it is, 2-gate. So 2-gate opener out of herO. MaxPax does confirm. Now with a 2-gate opener here, he could hide his pylon, but he has no probe. He has no probe on the map, so it looks like he is going for a second pylon in the main. With a 2-gate opener, you can still go into a macro game from here, and you can still cut your 3rd unit and go for a faster nexus and still kind of be on par with your opponent. But macroing out of this, having a worse economy, it's difficult here to pull off. Not easy. As MaxPax does open Zealous to deal with the pylon block that's coming. Again, it's on herO here to delay the expansion for as long as possible. As the probe is in position. There's that Stargate. Nexus is denied. Stealth is forced out. And from here, herO should just get away. Or at least look to get away. Oh! MaxPax, he wants the probe. He wants it. There's the Nexus. Oh! Oh my god, and the probe does go down. Nice pick up here from MaxPax. Does catch the probe. And behind this, herO, he opens up double Stalker into a 3rd and 4th Stalker, into a 3rd gateway, into 1 base all-in. It's going to be a 4-gate, 1 base all-in out of herO. herO, he is not expanding. He's going for a proxy 4th gateway. Now, we have seen MaxPax die to this. If you recall, Firefly killed MaxPax with this in last week's What Is V Monday, and Showtime beat MaxPax with this, and herO as well. Like, in general, like, this is an all-in that has caught MaxPax off guard in the past. Just because it hits later. Like, that's what's dangerous about this this all-in, is that it's harder to read because you're not relying on the 2nd pylon. You're relying on the 4th pylon instead. So it hits later, which means it's less obvious. MaxPax just rescattered, I believe. And the Stargate is done. Stargate is complete. Oh, diving on the Stalker. Nice dive. He gets 1. Yeah, 1 Stalker goes down. herO gets no damage on the Oracle. Shield battery's on the way, but already losing 1 Stalker is brutal. And that should not have happened. As we do reinforce, 3 Stalkers at a time, soon to be 4. You're going for the gateway. The gateway should go down. That is a nice pickup here, but the more shield batteries are completing. And here it needs more damage than just this. Does have the gateway. Here comes our first Void Ray. First Void Ray has arrived. You can see the Stalker count getting very high. Again, he has to preserve that Stalker count a little bit further. He has to wait for 1 more warp in. He's almost built up. He's almost there. Oracle across the map. There are some units to defend. Cybercore goes down. Okay, he's gaining ground. Takes out a shield battery. Gets 1. Gets 1 shield battery. Now going for another. Boys are being pulled. You can see MaxPax, he's in trouble here. He's in danger. Losing another. Oracle is deflected. And herO, where is that warp in? There it is. Yeah, the final wave. Oh, meanwhile, MaxPax, he was premature. Did activate the prismatic alignments. Now herO just has to wait it out. Oh, he commits. It does commit in. Gets a cannon. Takes out the cannon. Now he can go for the Void Ray. He can 2-shot. Yeah, Void Ray falls. 1 Void Ray remaining. There's a stasis. There is that stasis trap, and here he will bleed out 2 Stalkers here. 1 Stalker even. 2 Stalkers go down. herO, he's running out of steam a little bit here. Down to 10 Stalkers. Barely does not get the Void Ray. Another Stalker goes down. This is getting dangerous here. herO is running out of steam. Here comes another Void Ray. The Void Ray arrives. Up to 2. herO, he has control of the low ground. Oof. Leading out another Stalker. Oh, gets a Void Ray though. But for 2 more Stalkers. herO, he's committing. Does gain control of the low ground. Okay. Kills a natural. At the same time, Oracle's going ham, killing 8 probes across the map. herO, his economy, it's in the gutter. Boys are being pulled. And here he commits in. Yeah, he commits in. He wants that Void Ray. And he gets it. One Void goes down, and he gets the other as well. Takes down both Void Rays. herO, he's done it. GG gets called, snipes it with Void Rays, and we have a tied up series 1-1. Whew, GG. Very intense game here, very intense. And again, this is a build that has been really giving MaxPax a lot of trouble. A lot of players have been having success with this build against MaxPax. Winding it back just to re-emphasize why this build has been as successful as it is because it's a later one base all-in. It looks standard early on. It looks normal, looks standard. With your 2-gate opener, you don't proxy your second pylon, you don't proxy your third pylon either. It's a later proxy instead. So because of that, MaxPax, he's kind of lured into a more standard game, right? He's lured into a more kind of like standard setup here on the low ground. Likewise, the Oracle wasn't really able to do much damage early on, and herO did overwhelm. herO did overwhelm. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game, getting into ley lines. Likewise, it's also really important when it comes to this build that you take down the production. So if you recall, the gateway went down. The gateway was the first thing that went down. The first thing that died was the gateway as well for MaxPax. So he had no reinforcements. He had only Void Ray production. So that's another big part of that as well, is that you focus on the production. It's a bit of like a slower all-in. I mean, it's slower to begin with, but also like you want to kill that gateway. You want to kill the cyber core to just whittle down your opponent over time, or to whittle down MaxPax over time. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3. We're getting into game 3. Ooh, and we'll see how players will change their approach. We'll see how they change it. It's coming into ley lines. Let's go. Let's go. Again, a very tense series. Very tense. Very clutch, very back and forth as we are getting into game 3, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Tying up the series 1-1, it is herO. As MaxPax once again sits up on the low ground. And we'll see if herO does open up 2 gates or not. Let's go. Let us find out. As MaxPax does go for the probe scout, herO, he does hide his probe over towards the right hand side. Now this could be a real proxy or it could be a fake proxy pylon. Regardless, 2-gate opener out of herO. MaxPax, he goes in, he scouts, he confirms that the opener is standard. He's also looking for the pylon. He's looking for the pylon, he's searching for the setup here of herO. herO, he will hide the pylon here towards the south side. This is close enough where this could be a proxy Stargate. This could very well be a Stargate from herO. Technically, this is close enough that this could be a proxy Robo, I suppose. But this looks more like a Stargate. Now, I think Firefly, he went for a build where he went proxy Stargate into a 1-base all-in. Behind it that was unscouted because the attention was on the Stargate. This is a more standard, typical location. Double Zealot? Fake Double Zealot. This has to be a cancel. Stargate's on the way. Yeah, it does cancel. Starts up the Stalker. Behind this, we have our Stargate on the way for MaxPax. Again, it was a gate cyber expand. Economic opener here by MaxPax. Going for a delayed Stargate. Now, herO, he does scout. Wow, herO, he just walks in. He sees how late the Stargate is. But he gets scouted. Yeah, he does get spotted. herO behind this will expand. This is not an all-in. And because hero's been scouted, does he open Phoenix? Nah, he's going Oracle. Okay, he's going for the Oracle. Chronoing it out. Forcing response out of MaxPax, and we're building up into the mid game, or into a longer game. Max does go Phoenix first to shut down the Oracle. Stalker's in position, and I don't really see this Oracle doing much damage, or at least it shouldn't do much damage. It's going to be a one-way trip. There's our recall. Does recall in time to save it, just barely. Does save the Oracle. And so far, this is a better start for Max. Max, he's up by 4 probes. He's up by 4 workers. He's up in economy. He's up in tech as well, as he's building more Phoenixes. And this is just a really rough start for herO. Going for another gateway. This looks like the beginning of an all-in. We'll see. We'll see if herO expands. Phoenix as they move out. Shield battery is done. Bases are safe. There's a shield battery in both bases. A recall's on cooldown, so this Oracle is not long for this world. Denies some mining time at least, but won't get any more damage. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, how many gates do we have? 4. So it's going to be a 1 base 4 gate all in. When I say 1 base 4 gate all in, I believe this is a fake natural. We're not making probes. No probe production out of herO. herO, he's committed. So fake natural base, a fake mineral line essentially, and we're doubling down. It's all or nothing for herO. Let's go. Does push forward. Still rallying across the map. Max, he will hit the natural mineral line. He will kill what little is there. And again, here just warping it whatever he can. More shield batteries on the way. The immortal production has begun. Oh, that is brutal. That immortal is going to be huge defensively. Takes down the cyber core. Takes down the shield battery. Immortal gets spotted. Immortal is spotted. He wants the immortal. He wants it. Oh, yeah, he's going to be denied. Going to be punished. With that, he has to retreat, has to pull away. Behind this here on 27 probes. Again, he's not making probes. Just doubling down on those stalkers. Takes down the gateway. Yeah, we just see Max is down to 0 gateways. 0. Oh, he blinks in. Does blink in. 3 volleys though. Oh, 4. Yeah, 3, 4 volleys. Does not get the immortal. With that, Max, he will hold. He will hold. He should shut this down. I say that, more stalkers are trickling in. It's still quite messy to get the immortal. There's what, 3 stalkers? Yeah, there's only 3 stalkers left. That blink was not worth it. That immortal was meant to go down in 2 volleys. It tanked 5 volleys. That was crazy. Like, so much wasted DPS. And with that, Max, he will run away with this. I say that a lot of supply for Max is in Phoenixes. So a lot of supply in Phoenixes, so I guess stalkers, they could still overwhelm. But things are looking bleak here for herO. Behind this here, he starts making probes. He starts chronoing out probes. Ooh, a little bit desperate for herO. He's a bit desperate here. Twilight Council's on the way for Max. It would be wise for him to even just skip Blink and go straight into charge. Just go +1 in charge. Max now looking to expand it, getting a 3rd base. And yeah, GG gets called. The all-in fails, and Max, he will take a 2-1 lead. Whew, GG. Does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense build there by herO, intense game going for the all-in. But as we saw, Max, that immortal was immortal. Like, that blink from herO, that dive was unfortunately a little bit too late there to engage before the shield battery was done. And we saw that what was meant to be a 2-shot on the immortal was a 5-shot. It took 5. It tanked so much. It tanked 5 volleys from the army of herO. And that was game. Like that. Like as soon as we saw the 3rd volley not kill the immortal, it's like, oh, that's game. that's just game then and there. GG, well played. The immortal doing its job, tanking. And with that, we're now getting into game number 4. And we'll see if Max can claim the series here and now. We'll see if herO can force the ace match. Personally, regardless of how this goes, I want to see an ace match. I want to see a game 5, but the pressure is on herO as we load into Incorporeal. Here we go. We go. As we are getting into potentially the final game of the series. As we're leading into a much larger map as well. Ooh. Much larger map. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 2-1 and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. Down in the series, we'll see if he bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is herO. We go. As once again, we have the low ground setup. We have the low ground wall up, or wall up. And we have seen a wide array of all-ins and aggressive builds out of herO already here. We've already seen 2 different one-base all-ins out of herO. Do we go for an actual proxy this time? As the probe does move out. Our eyes are on this worker. At this stage of the series, this most likely is going to be a fake proxy pylon, but we'll keep an eye on him. Once again, 2-gate open out of herO. Does open up 2-gate. And here he does hide the probe, and this is quite far away. This is we have the standard Stargate proxy to Stargate location here outside of the natural, sorry, outside the main. Then we have one here over at the 4th base location. We have one here over in the corner of the map instead. So this does look like a fake pylon, but we'll see. We can still make use of it technically. This could still be a Stargate. We'll see what herO goes for. As we are waiting for the Cybercore. MaxPax does go for the Nexus before the Stargate, so very greedy build here by MaxPax. But he went for the same thing last game as well. So MaxPax, he's cutting corners, being greedier than usual. And it is a proxy Twilight Council. Okay. Now this works just because it doesn't have to be close to your opponent. This could be a proxy Dark Shrine. And we could be rushing into DTs, but I mean, that wouldn't work here, not against a Stargate opener. So this is probably going to be fast blink. I'm opposed to DTs just because we're opening up Oracle anyway. Like, there is going to be detection. That's what makes this opener so safe for MaxPax. So fast blink should be on the horizon for herO. Into maybe like a 1-base 4-gate blink all in. Which is kind of what we saw last game, except this is going to hit sooner. Remember last game we had to go for like the fake natural. Now the downside of what herO is doing is that this does hit late, because you have to wait for the upgrade and wait for the gateways to come online. There's the 3rd gateway. Probe moves out, and this probe should be proxying the 4th gate. So it's going to be, again, a 1-base 4-gate blink all in out of herO. MaxPax back at home does make a Void Ray first. MaxPax, he knows that the pylon is missing, so with the scout earlier, he's reacting very hard. Walling up with shield batteries, going for a forge for cannons. Void Ray has arrived, skips the Oracle, so just a really defensive setup here from MaxPax. He is terrified. He doesn't know what's happening, but he believes that it is an all-in. He believes that it is a proxy. As blink is almost done. Gateways are finishing up. We should be seeing... Yep, there's that 4th gate. So again, 1-base 4-gate blink all in. And can MaxPax see broken? Again, he's got cannons on the way. It's going to be 2 cannons, 2 shield batteries. The cannons are a really nice adaptation here, especially now that there's no shield battery overcharge. Like, the cannons, they do help early on. Kill zone probe to make another Void Ray. 3rd Void Ray's on the way. And I don't see this being broken. I mean, we'll see. Now, technically, with Blink, herO, he could hallucinate into the main and blink into the main base instead, right? He doesn't have to hit the natural. But you can see that MaxPax is already getting ready. He's getting ready in the main. Stalkers are revealed. More shield batteries, more cannons. Here he will snipe the Cyber Core, which is nice, but it doesn't really matter too much. There's already the Robo. Immortal production has begun. We have Immortal Void Ray to defend. Oh boy. We're going to be very impressive here. Can pull this off. Again, here he does gain high ground vision. But the cannon will kill the Adept. Stalkers, they don't quite commit. They're going for the cannon. Sorry, they're going for the gateway. The gateway goes down. Now we have to go for the cannons. Oof. Does blink away. Does blink away in time. Kills one cannon. But remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Max. Like, he's building up more Void Rays, more Immortals. The army's getting larger over time. And again, all this stack defense doing a great job of just buying time. That's all it's doing, is just giving Max more time to build up. Stalker goes down. herO so far losing one Stalker. Has been very efficient with his army. And does try to go for the dive. Gets a cannon. There's, what, 2 cannons left. Getting up to 3. He will barely blink away. Just barely dives in. Does punish. Trades 1-to-1. Stalker for a Void Ray. Better trade for herO. Likewise, Max did overextend. He did activate all 3 prismatic alignments. So they're all going to be on cooldown. herO bleeding another handful of Stalkers. 4 going down in total. That was a brutal trade for herO. Losing more Stalkers. Does dive in. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets all 3 Void Rays. Oh, a bit of it. Oh, he misclicks. It goes to the pylon. Has to pull away. He loses a lot. He bleeds out so much there. He bleeds out 11 Stalkers. Down to how many? Down to 15. 15 Stalkers left. Blinks in. He can 2-shot. He gets one of the Immortals. He can barely 2-shot the other. And can he get the final Immortal though? It's close. It's very close here. 1 Immortal remaining. herO down to 10 Stalkers. He committed so hard there. Gets a shield battery. Gets a Void. Loses 1 Stalker in the process. Nice trade here for herO. Blinks in. Does make in, and he does get barely another Immortal. Oh god, he lost a lot there. He lost, what, 3 Stalkers? 4, 5? Oh my god. Yeah, not worth it. There's 1 Immortal left. Once again, he blinks in. He will get it. Just barely. Takes down the final Immortal, but he's down to 4 Stalkers. Down to barely an army. Yeah, there's barely an army here, and now we have a Void Ray. Now we have another Immortal. It is close, but herO, what was once a terrifying Stalker army, down to only 4 Stalkers. Building up to 5, true. Building up to 5 Stalkers. The Adepts, they can shade into the mineral line. They can go for the probe kills. Ooh, they didn't quite commit. Okay, going for that versus Pylon. Okay. Pylon goes down, depowers everything. Goes to the dive. Takes out the Immortal. herO, he can pull this off. He's doing it. He does it. The final Void Ray. The Void Ray goes down. He needs the Immortal though. It's still so close. Down to 3 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers left. Did I say 3? Down to 2. Down to 2 Stalkers. Barely not enough. Cannons are repowered. Now we're back up to 1 Void Ray, 1 Immortal. Yeah, Max actually holds. Max actually does hold. It's impressive though how much damage here, like how much ground herO was able to gain. Very impressive. I didn't think he would. Oh, shades into the main base. Killing a lot of probes actually. Killing 9 probes. This is nice. But he still has more efficient mining. Like herO, he's long distance mining. Like he's he's not mining efficiently whatsoever. So even though Max has a lower probe count, he still has a comparable, if not greater, economy than herO. And herO, oof, he does expand. Here, like he knows, we all can see that he cannot break this anymore. Like, the all-in has failed, and now he tries to expand, but this is a late Nexus. Now, herO can make a game out of this if he can kill like another 5 probes. If he can shade in again, if he can get some economic damage done, then he can recover economically himself, or like at least keep up. It is possible. But the Oracle has arrived. Going for the stasis. Nice catch. Very nice. Oh my god. Max overextends. Does overextend. We'll lose 1 immortal for free. Adept shades into the mineral line, gets 3 probe kills. Nice damage. We spoke about it. This was necessary. Oh no, but alas, there's nothing in him to defend. Probes are going down. Probes that herO cannot afford to lose. Force to recall back home. And Max he will punish. And as the dust settles, where exactly are we? Okay, so herO's on 2 bases and on 25 workers. Max 2 bases on 24 probes. But he does have the tech, right? He does have the immortal production, does have the void ray production. Because of this Max he should be safe. herO, ideally, I want to say, should be playing out a longer game. Should just be probing, saturating, getting a forge, and then getting a third. Like, I don't know if herO can get anything more than that. Like, he's flirting with the idea. With force fields, he can lock down another immortal. If he can lure Max out, then maybe. Oracle runs into herO. herO, very nice catch. Oh, he blinks. Nice knife. Takes out the Oracle. Mistakes out of herO. Sorry, out of Max. So, nice catch. Now, you can see that Max, he's respecting this army quite a bit. No longer is he moving out. herO does threaten the bases. He can force field as well. He can force field. Speaking of, the boys are being pulled. It's denying mining time. herO, he's in this. Let's go. The all-in may have failed, but again, the Adept harassed with the MVPs that did allow herO to recover economically. Now going for the void ray. Void ray goes down. He gets 1. Now he locks down the immortal. Yeah, herO just out-controlling Max but the stasis goes off. Stasis does go off. Max he holds. But again, remember, herO, he's ready to expand. Like, herO, he doesn't have to kill. He's getting +1, working towards charge. Ooh, nothing at home. And nothing at home, though. Probes are going down. herO does blink away. Losing 4 probes across the map. herO, again, he's hoping to try to lock down another one of these immortals, and he does! Nice force field, but they can get away. Yeah, they can get away. They can and they will. Nice counter force field as well. With that, Max holds. Does hold. There's that 3rd base for herO. Again, herO from here, he should just be containing. At this point, should just be containing. And getting a greater economy compared to Max. Max going for DTs, going for Dark Templar, makes sense. Try to recover in this game. Snipes the sentry. Sentry goes down. Max finally expands. So both players are getting to their 3rd bases. herO is here to delay, to deny. Can he? 1 more volley. Ooh, nice cancel. Does force a cancel. Prism moves out. Remember, the Dark Shrine is done. And does herO have detection? There is 2 observers. 2 observers. 1 at the 3rd, 1... I mean, both with the main army, I should say. Both at the 3rd. That is concerning. Ideally, you do want to spread them out. Proxy is cleaned up. Observers are being sent out across the map, which means they won't be at home to defend. Is there a recall? There is. Okay, there's a recall at home, so you can recall the oracles. DTs are moving in. herO, he barely does not scout that proxy, or that prism, I should say. But he is someone in position. It's Max. I mean, both players are expanding. Oh no! Oh, the prism goes down. Massive pickoff. Whew. And despite the fact that herO, he has not scouted the Dark Shrine, is not aware of what's happening. Despite that, he will deter that. Right? He will avoid any DT shenanigans. For now. For now. herO claiming a fourth. We're building up into the mid game. Now, as we get into the mid game, we can have a look at our compositions. I believe herO did rush into charge, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, charge for both players. We have +2 for herO. So herO, he does have the upgrade lead. He does have the upgrade advantage. But the Immortal is going to play a big part here. Like, there's a heavy Immortal lead here for Max. He has more Immortals, he has more Archons. Despite herO having more Zealots, that doesn't really matter. Like, the Archons, they completely shut down and deny Zealots. Like, this is a more robust army for Max. I would say that against this, herO, he would need Disruptors of his own. Or he'd have to build up his own heavy Archon Immortal count, which I don't really see happening. Like, this is just a very, very robust army. It's almost like the mech of Protoss. Like, just building up a really heavy Immortal Archon count. This is very beefy. Not the most mobile army, but very robust. Very tanky. herO, he's trying to build up his own Immortal count as well. He has a ways to go. There's a ways to go here. Now, we spoke about it earlier. There it is, Bays on the way. Like, the best answer to this army is either you get your own Archon Immortal composition or Disruptors. And we have Disruptors on the way. But this does feel late. Like, we could have thrown this down maybe a minute, 2 minutes ago. We could have already seen Disruptors. But there's a window in time where Max can overwhelm herO before Disruptors arrive. herO, yeah, he spots the army. Like, he cannot fight this. And he knows it. Goes for a massive Zealot Rama instead. DTs are waddling in. Yeah, DTs on the right, DTs on the left. herO does go for the Zealot Rama, but the army's in position. And herO, he has to respect it, he has to back up. And hero's being torn apart. Probes are going down. Oh, herO, he engaged, bleeding out Zealots, and hero's falling apart. Yeah, he's falling apart to the harass. Disruptors are building up, but he's quite far behind here. Down in workers, down in army. Now, thankfully for herO, Max, he has not gone for his own Disruptors, which is a little bit weird. Like, that is the natural transition from where Max is as well, to get into Disruptors. He might feel confident that he could just end the game with this, though. He might just feel confident that he can just move across the map. But otherwise, both players should be working towards that Disruptor tech. And that isn't the case for Max. Like we spoke about it, this army is not very mobile, so avoiding Novas is not going to be really viable here for Max. Like, this army is so vulnerable to Novas. We have 3, soon to be 5 Disruptors for herO. herO just buying time. Max is still stuck on this army, which can still work if the Novas don't connect. And here we go. He's moving in. Shows us Novas. Doesn't want to waste them. Yeah, first Nova goes off. And does connect. Takes down Zealots. Takes down an Archon. One Archon goes down. And there's still more Novas left available. Still more Purification Novas. As more Disruptors have arrived. Max now he's responding to it. Now he's going into Phoenixes, but there's a late reaction out of Max. Yeah, late reaction. More Novas, they will connect. They get another Archon. Every Archon counts. Yeah, herO diving on the Immortals. Max in the rough position. She also has Novas. They do go up. They get another Archon, but a really awkward engage here from herO. Yeah, very awkward. He's getting caught out. Disruptors are exposed. They have to pull away. Novas, they do connect. Some of them at least, but yeah, just a really messy fight out of herO. Very messy. He has to get out of here. The Disruptors. Get out of here. As he will lose one more Disruptor. And I would say a better fight for Max, considering what he had to work with. So better fight for Max. With that, just building on more of an army. And again, Max's answer to the Disruptors are Phoenixes. The goal here is to lift the Disruptors and to deny and to cancel those Purification Novas. And even though Max did lose most of his Archons, he retained the Immortals. The Immortals did survive. That's what's important here. And again, it was just a messy fight from herO. So backing off, we're building back up. How many Phoenixes so far? Getting up to 4. And again, the Phoenixes, they don't have to kill the Disruptors, they just have to lift. Like, lifting is good enough, even for a couple of seconds. So it will just cancel the Purification Nova. And they just have to buy enough time for the ground army to overwhelm, to push through, and to get on top of the Disruptors. So I do favor Max's army right now. Again, he's got 6 Phoenixes against 4 Disruptors. He's exposed. Here, he should not be out here. Should not be out here. We go 1 and 2 Disruptors going down already. And lifting up every single one. Not a single Nova. And with that Max, he will look to overwhelm. Takes down all the charge lots. Gets on top of the Disruptors. They're going down as well. Oof. Here come the Novas. They get 1 Archon. Okay. They get an Archon. herO, he holds. Does hold on. Jeez, and look at the Immortals. That's crazy. Every time he retains the Immortal count. But there's no Archons, true. No Archons here for Max. Zealots on their own, they can trade well. Yeah, again, Immortals, they're good, but on their own, they struggle. They struggle against the charge lots. Nova's going up. They do connect. Where are those Zealots, though? Again, Zealots, here we go. They do come in to reinforce. They're going to chase down Max. Yeah, they will chase him down. The Prism is going to be denied, and Max, he will lose everything. GG gets called, and herO ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Zealots, they are the counter to the Immortal. That's why the Archons are such a crucial part of that army composition. So even though I was praising Max for retaining and keeping those Immortals alive, he wasn't doing the same thing to his Archons. And without Archons, Zealots, they overwhelm. GG, well played. Whew, a very intense back and forth. That was a crazy game considering the beginning, considering the opener. It was a failed all-in out of herO. It was failed. It was not working. Max was holding, but herO, he was able to get enough economic damage. I would say that the MVPs of that game, outside of course the unit control out of herO, were the Adepts. Remember, the Adepts, they were able to get into mineral lines, able to kill probes. It allowed herO to actually recover and take an economic lead, and allowed him to expand. Likewise, he was able to pick off and force some more lost mine time out of Max. Every little bit did help, and with that, he was able to recover, make a game out of it. GG. Crazy, baby, crazy. GG. It failed successfully. It did. He failed upwards. Insane. Oh my god. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game number 5. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds from South Korea, forcing the ace match, bringing us all the way to Game 5. It is herO. Oh my god. I'm still recovering from the last game. It was crazy. It's crazy. Welcome to the largest map. Welcome to the largest map of the map pool, to Maganatha. But Protoss players, they don't care about the size of the map. It doesn't matter. You can just proxy anywhere anyway. It doesn't. Size actually doesn't matter for Protoss. Let's go. As for now, we're settling in. And we'll see if we do commit to anything crazy. There we go, 2-gate opener out of herO. So let's go across the map. As we have our setup on the high ground, actually. Okay, so my apologies. I should point this out. For the first time this series, we have a gate cyber expand, but MaxPax, he abandons the low ground. He's had enough losing his buildings and losing his production on the low ground. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna have a bit of a safer start here. Now, it's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, his production and his tech is going to be safer against an all-in, but his base is going to be more exposed. So there's a give and take there. But again, time and time again, MaxPax, he's been losing his cybercore and his gateway almost every game. Almost every time, at least, that herO proxies and commits to all-ins. So MaxPax, he's had enough. He's going to save his buildings this time. At the cost of having a more exposed natural. Meanwhile, double Stalker out of herO. Into a third Stalker. And a fourth. So here he rallies across the map. My eyes are on this probe. The probe is moving out, and we are going for a proxy. We're going for an all-in. What do we have here? We have a 3 pylon set up here back at home, and a 4th pylon across the map. I believe this is the same build that we saw out of herO in Game 2. So this looks like a 1 base, 4 gate all-in. There's the 3rd gateway, and we should be setting up the 4th gate as well. We can see MaxPax coming in from behind. He's taking a lot of hits. I believe that is a full wall on the high ground. Yeah, full wall off. Here we're getting damage done here on the Zealot. Another Stalker has arrived. Oracle going for the dive. He wants that Stalker. He wants it. And he will get it. Ooh, he will take a lot of hits though. Takes a lot of damage, but MaxPax, he will confirm the all-in. He's aware. More shield batteries on the way. And again, this time the production is safe for MaxPax, as opposed to game number 2. And a better setup as well. Shield batteries fire later. herO, I mean, the reinforcements take a long time walking across the map. He also has to keep 2 Zealots at home as well. Sorry, 2 Stalkers I meant to say. Keep them at home. So far, MaxPax looking solid. He preserved the army. He has extra warp ins. He has extra shield batteries. He's got a 3 shield battery setup. 4 shield batteries even. Oh. So let's get a probe. Sorry, he does get a Stalker. Already 1 Stalker going down. herO overextends. Okay, we can't be losing Stalkers that early on. Oh, goes for the dive. Gets a Stalker. Gets 1. Gets the Zealots. Oh, the punish though. The force fields. Force field do punish. He does have access to the mineral line. True. But now there are 2 Void Rays. Soon to be 3. herO is built up to 12 Stalkers. Diving in. Can he 2-shot? Ooh, he can. Barely does get one of the Void Rays. But he will not lose a Stalker. Okay. Nicely done. Nice movement. A Ideally does want to shuffle back. Likewise moving in. Has to kite back, has to bait out that Void Ray. Force Field looking him down. He commits. He does commit in. Can he get it? Oh, not quite. Yeah, not quite here. The Shiwais they come into play. Void Rays they stand their ground. Oh, that was not worth it for herO. Not worth it. Oh god, it's gonna cost him so much. 3, 4 Stalkers going down. Yes, he wasn't able to break those Void Rays. He wasn't able to break the shield batteries. herO, he overcommitted, but he will get the Nexus. Okay. Kills the Nexus. Has control of the low ground. Didn't get what he wanted, but he's getting damage nonetheless. Now from here, does he expand? Void Rays a counterattack. Yeah, Void Rays are just counterattack across the map. There is nothing here at home to defend outside of one force field. So risky move out of Max. herO, there's that force field. And does he have a recall? No energy. He knows. He's warping in back at home. He is warping in. Void Rays, they push forward. They do push forward. Yeah, they depower the gateways. They're going for the kill. And again, there's a recall. Does recall back home. The Void Rays, they are no longer for this world. They're going to go down. Yeah, there's no escaping this as every Void Ray falls. Was that worth it? Did force a recall, that's true, but now Max, he's down to 1 Void Ray. Aye. Yeah, I'm not too confident. Stalkers, they rally across the map. Did you rally? Max is on the high ground. I mean, he does still have force fields, true. Like, he can still defend on one base. I'm still expecting herO to expand. As herO, he does have a... No, sorry, he doesn't have a Twilight Council. No Council, there's a force field. Like, herO, he just can't push in. There's the expansion. And the goal now becomes contain, right? Just contain Max for as long as possible. While we expand, while we saturate. herO getting ahead. And Max once again, he moves out with an Oracle. But Stalkers, they race back home. Robo's on the way. Robo is on the way. And now suddenly we've entered a scenario where Max is all in. Like Max, he's all in, he's going for the prism, so he can break out. Oh. I'm loving this from herO. Does hallucinate the Colossus. Ooh, he's getting locked out. He gets punished though. Yeah, he will lose 1, he will lose 2 sentries. 2 sentries go down. He will snipe a pylon. Likewise, nice force field. Punishing Max, getting the Void Ray. Yeah, Void Ray goes down as well. Max does overextend. herO, he can take a fight out here. He wants to. Yeah, Star steps in. Goes to the Immortal. The Immortal is going to be going down. The Prism as well. Massive loss. And looks like Max, he has lost all his high-tech units. Down to just a Gateway Army. herO does pull away, and these are better trades for herO. Remember, herO, he has a natural. He can afford these losses. He can afford these trades. Max cannot. Max forced back into his main. Back where he came from. Like, he just cannot break out. He cannot expand. And GG gets called with that. herO, he will overwhelm. He will claim the series 3-2. And herO is going to be this week's PiGosaur Cup champion. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A very, very intense series. Very intense series, very intense series, very intense back and forth here. Again, here he will claim it. Shout out to Max for making it this far, for making it into all the way to the ace match. And to be honest, this should have been a 4-1, right? It's like the previous game, game 4. The comeback that herO had on Incorporeal was insane. That was MaxPax's game to win. Like, Incorporeal was heavily in favor of MaxPax. He was holding, he was defending, he was able to maintain himself. But then herO, he somehow clawed his way into that game. It was a crazy comeback out of herO for us to end up in a more, like, quote-unquote standard macro game in Incorporeal. And with that, he was able to force the ace match here, able to pull off the all-in as well. It was a little bit shaky there, but we saw that there's like an upside and a downside of MaxPax avoiding that SimCity on the low ground. It meant that the natural was exposed, and herO, he killed the natural. He was able to eventually overwhelm the army, kill the natural base. GG, well played. Crazy series, and with that, congratulations to herO, as he will claim the win here. Will be our champion. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. GG, well played. And with that, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Again, if you enjoyed the broadcast, if you enjoyed this series, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we do host the PiGosaur Cup. Shout out to Pig for sponsoring, and a shout out to Stegosaurus for organizing the event as well. I did notice Stegosaurus in the chat earlier, so big shout out to Predator Stegosaurus for hosting the event, for funding the event as well, and for running it as often as you have. Thank you so much for all the support, Stegosaurus, for all the support, for all the passion for StarCraft, the passion for the scene, and of course, we'll be back next week. We'll be back next week here for the next PiGosaur Monday as well, or the PiGosaur Cup, I should say. No longer on Mondays, on Wednesday instead, or Tuesday, depending on where you are in the world. Likewise, let's catch up on the rest of our schedule. Let's catch up on the rest of our broadcast here tonight. Here we go. So here on Wednesday, we only have the one event. Now, the reason for this is, one, we did want to take at least some afternoons off to catch up when it comes to editing VODs, scheduling VODs. There is so much to catch up on. I just finished editing and cutting the VODs for DreamHack Dallas Day 1. It's like from over a week ago. Like, I have to do that now, Dallas Day 2, Day 3, I have to do the rest of the weeklies, eventually I have to get to EWC as well. Like, there's a lot of VODs to edit, so that's what we're going to be doing here this evening, same with Friday evening as well. But we're going to be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, the Latin American League, Latino America, we do have that on Thursday morning. We have the Podcast Thursday evening. We have StarCraft Evolution League, we have Kung Fu Cup, show matches, MSO, STC, Fire Cup as well. Plenty of content throughout the week. But again, Star Zagora is this evening, starts today, and is a 4-day event. So many players are traveling to Star Zagora. If you're curious, like, where was Clem? Clem is usually here. Clem, not this week. He's traveling to Bulgaria to compete in Star Zagora. He's already there. We already saw some social media posts, like, a lot of the players are already there. They already arrived. That's why there was no Geralt either, for example. A lot of the players are, of course, getting ready for the offline tournament. So best of luck to all those that are traveling. Best of luck to all those that are going to be a part of that, of course. There's going to be a couple of Koreans as well. A couple of Koreans. Let's go. GG. But otherwise, we are going to be done for today. We're going to be done for today. Probably done for today. And again, we have a lot of work to catch up on. So that's what we're going to be working on here on the channel. Oh, just catching up. herO wins the chaos games. Yeah, of course. That's what he thrives in, the chaos. He thrives in the chaos. But otherwise, if you want to help support us, you can do so by following us on all the social medias as well. As you can follow us here, !socials in the chat. We do upload on a daily basis over on YouTube. We also stream on YouTube as well. So if you see something that you like here, if you're like, hold up, you guys casted GSL yesterday? We did. We covered all of GSL round group stage 1. It's all on YouTube. It's all on Twitch as well, so you can check out the VODs. Likewise, we're going to be catching up with StarCraft Evolution League and LATAM League and everything, all things StarCraft. So do check us out over on YouTube. Otherwise, if you want to support us monetarily, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our regular tournaments. You can see them there on Saturday and Sunday. Master Swan Open and Sparkling Tunic Cup. We do host events on a regular basis. They are all 100% funded via Patreon, so you can help us grow those tournaments. You can see just under the schedule, you can see our next goal on Patreon, 500 USD a month. Currently, we're at 443. currently we're almost there. We're getting there, so almost at that next goal. So you can help us reach it if you wish via Patreon. Again, it all goes to the players. Currently the goal is to boost the prize pool of our weekly tournament, so you can help us boost the prize pool. I believe the goal after that would be to pay the casters and admins. I believe that would be the next goal after that. But for now, it's all to the players. So you can support us there if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. And we'll be heading off here for the morning and for the day. And we'll be back tomorrow with the Latino American League, with the quarterfinals of the Latam League. See you then. GG, well played. Meanwhile, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look here. I know that Krista was streaming. Eon is streaming. Okay. I see Eon. I see Nina as well. Shelby. Oh my god. Shelby. Shelby's live. That's crazy. He's been playing a little bit more StarCraft recently. It's been great to see the return of Shelby. It's been great to see. Shelby. But otherwise, we are going to be heading off. So thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time. Tomorrow on the CranKy Ducklings. Until then, ciao. Papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.